Chapter 221. In this world, there was no place that was absolutely safe. Yang Kai could only try his best to hide his body, restrain his aura, and cover up his tracks so as not to expose his whereabouts. Hiding in the hollow of a withered tree, he paid attention to his surroundings while absorbing and refining the energy of the blood beads. In the past few days, he had collected less than 20 blood beads. Most of them were condensed from the death of the rank 3 monster beast, while some were from the rank 4 monster beast. In addition, there were also the blood beads obtained from killing the 3 golden light palace cultivators. According to the size, it was easy to distinguish the grade of the blood beads. The blood beads of the rank 4 monster beast were the size of a pea, and the blood beads of the rank 3 monster beast were half the size. On the contrary, the blood beads of the 3 separation and reunion realm cultivators were the size of a thumbnail. Taking out a blood bead of the rank 3 monster beast, Yang Kai held it in the palm of his hand and silently circulated the true Yang tactics. As soon as the Yuan Qi moved, Yang Kai clearly felt a pure and flawless energy from the palm of his hand flowing into his body, pouring into his meridians. It did not stay in the dantian and was directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Before the true Yang tactics could complete a cycle, the blood bead disappeared and turned into his own strength. Yang Kai was surprised. Although he had heard from Ling Tai Shu that the blood beads obtained here could be easily refined and absorbed without any worries, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so easy. The energy in the blood bead was not useless at all. It was as pure as a pearl, and did not need to be refined at all. It only needed to be absorbed. No wonder Ling Tai Shu praised the blood beads that appeared here so much. If a person had a large number of blood beads, his strength would definitely soar like a meteor. Except for the need to feel when breaking through to the next realm, there would be absolutely no obstacles when breaking through to the next realm. Any cultivator who had absorbed the energy of the blood beads would not be able to resist such a temptation. In order to become stronger, in order to break through, they would not let go of any living thing in front of them, whether it was a human or a monster beast. In the eyes of the experts here, it was just a bead of blood. The opportunity to absorb energy without any worry was too rare. In the world, there was no other place that could produce blood beads except for this special place. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Yang Kai took out all the blood beads and held them in the palm of his hand, circulating the true Yang secret art. A huge amount of pure energy poured into his palm. In an instant, his meridians swelled. This energy continued to flow from the blood bead into his body, and was then absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. The speed was so fast that it was almost indescribable. The blood beads in his palm decreased one by one, quickly turning into Yang Kai's capital. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger bit by bit. On top of that, his separation and reunion boundary 3rd stage cultivation was about to reach saturation. When there were only 2 blood beads left on his palm, an invisible aura suddenly spread out with Yang Kai as the center. The energy between heaven and earth also became chaotic. Without any hindrance, he had reached the separation and reunion boundary 4th stage. However, Yang Kai did not feel any joy, his face sinking as he cursed in his heart, but he did not stop, still madly absorbing the remaining energy from the blood beads in his hand. A moment later, the 2 blood beads disappeared. His newly promoted realm quickly stabilized. Hurriedly getting up, almost without thinking, Yang Kai quickly left his previous hiding place. Although he had expected that there would be some kind of disturbance when he broke through, Yang Kai had not expected it to be so obvious in this quiet place. If someone had been nearby just now, they would have definitely noticed. If he did not leave now, he would only be targeted. After flying for more than a dozen kilometers, not only did Yang Kai not dare to stop, but he also felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. He always felt like he was being watched by someone, but when he vigilantly observed, he could not find any clues. This feeling was not groundless. Yang Kai guessed that either the strength of the person who was watching him was very high, and with his eyesight he was unable to find any trace of them, or there was someone behind him who had not yet caught up to him. The latter possibility was very likely. After all, if there really was a master who was watching him, there was no reason to keep hiding and wasting time. His luck was really bad. But this was really something that could not be helped. Yang Kai felt that he could not stay here forever without breaking through. With his separation and reunion boundary third stage strength, although he did not feel any danger here, if he encountered a real master, he would definitely not be able to escape. Every time he broke through, there would always be some kind of disturbance. This was an unavoidable drawback. After running a few dozen kilometers, the feeling of being watched became more and more obvious, a cold wind blowing down his spine. Suddenly, Yang Kai's running footsteps came to a halt, his face pale. He felt that behind a big tree in front of him, there was a yuan qi fluctuation. The other party had no intention of hiding and was instead brazenly waiting for him to come forward. He had actually been circled around to the front. This person's speed was too fast. Those who came had ill intentions, those with good intentions did not come. Yang Kai did not know which sect's disciple he had encountered, nor did he know what kind of strength the other party possessed, so naturally he did not dare act rashly. Heh heh heh. A gloomy sneer sounded as a person slowly walked out from behind the big tree. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai had the urge to vomit blood. This person turned out to be a disciple of Ghost King Valley. Ghost King Valley had sent 3 people this time, all of them Yuan Qi masters. One of them, Jin Hao, had repeatedly threatened Yang Kai, the other was a woman, and the one in front of him was the third person from Ghost King Valley. Enemies on a narrow road. Why did he have to meet a disciple from this sect? If it was someone else, there would be some possibility of negotiation, but since it was a disciple from Ghost King Valley, there was absolutely no hope of resolving the situation. Ghost Li had told the 3 of them to kill Yang Kai no matter what. Yang Kai naturally wanted to get rid of them, but the timing was too bad. He had only been here for a few days and had only broken through a minor realm. Facing such an enemy, how could he win? The other side alone was enough to eat him, not to mention there were 3 of them. A dangerous situation. Haha, look who it is. Ghost King Valley's disciple Yu Cheng Kuan was also very surprised, his pair of gloomy eyes looking Yang Kai up and down, his face filled with surprise and pride. It turned out to be High Heaven Pavilion's little brat. It's so easy to find him. He obviously hadn't expected that the person he had stumbled upon would be Yang Kai. This was really a freak combination of circumstances. Yang Kai stared at him with an ashen face, not daring to stay any longer, his figure flashing from the side, wanting to use his movement skill to escape from this place. A self-created movement skill was definitely a good choice for escaping. A single yuan qi took 15 steps, allowing him to run a few thousand meters at an extremely fast speed. No one in the same realm would be able to catch up. However, Yang Kai's figure had only just leapt 2 steps. In front of him was a burst of wailing and howling, and immediately a big pale hand came down towards his head. Ha ha ha. High Heaven Pavilion's little brat, we really are fated to meet. Laughing loudly, Jin Hao's figure was revealed, pale and bloodless, his big hand like a ghost claw containing a gloomy murderous intent. Yang Kai's face sank. Raising his hand, he used his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. Fist and claw collided, Jin Hao coldly snorted and pushed his yuan qi, his 5 fingers turning into sharp blades. With 3 muffled bangs, Yang Kai was sent flying, his face pale as he struggled to suppress his tumbling blood and staggered to the ground. Jin Hao's strength was probably yuan qi 4th order, and among the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples. This person's strength was also the strongest. With an enemy of this level, Yang Kai was simply no match for him. In just a single exchange, he had suffered a big loss. Landing on the ground, before Yang Kai had time to catch his breath, a cold wind blew from behind him. Hurriedly dodging forward, there was a tearing sound from his back as his clothes were directly torn apart. He had almost lost his clothes. Good reaction. Jin Hao did not attack again, but calmly crossed his arms, looking at Yang Kai playfully. Hurriedly looking back, Yang Kai found that the female disciple from Ghost King Valley had also appeared, the one who had just attacked him from behind. It was this woman. The 3 of them formed a circle around Kai Yang. These 3 people were not the 3 separation and reunion boundary disciples from Golden Light Palace. Yang Kai could easily kill the 3 from Golden Light Palace, but facing these 3, he did not dare to take them lightly. Little brat, how do you want to die? Jin Hao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. He had suffered a big loss at Yang Kai's hands on his way to Netherworld Mountain, almost dying under the attack of the golden-eyed silverback python, so naturally he hated him to the bone. But now this little brat was surrounded by his brother and sister. Even if he had wings, he would not be able to escape. He was not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Sometimes, torturing and humiliating the enemy was far better than killing them. Yu Cheng Kuan smiled. "Brother, why don't we cut off his limbs and let him bleed to death?" Jin Hao slowly shook his head. "No, that's too kind. I say we should refine him into a ghost slave, so that he will never be reincarnated and will only be a slave of my Ghost King Valley." Yu Cheng Kuan frowned. "But this brat's strength is too low. Even if we refine him into a ghost slave, he won't be of much use." Hearing the two deliberately intimidating Yang Kai, the woman from Ghost King Valley said impatiently, "Just kill him, what's the point of wasting time? Kill him and you'll get a blood bead." Jin Hao and Yu Cheng Kuan quickly smiled. "Junior sister said to kill, so we'll kill." Finished speaking, Jin Hao stepped towards Yang Kai, his face filled with malice and gloominess. "Little brat, being able to die a quick death is also a blessing. When you reach the Netherworld, don't forget to thank me." Yang Kai sneered. "It's not too late for you to talk big after you kill me." Saying so, his figure flashed and he rushed directly towards the female Ghost King Valley disciple. Just now, he had been observing her for a long time and naturally knew that among the three from Ghost King Valley, this woman's strength was the lowest, but perhaps because of her beauty, or perhaps because her status was not low, Jin Hao and Yu Cheng Kuan were quite respectful towards her. Therefore, this woman was definitely a breakthrough. If Yang Kai wanted to break through, the best way was to use his Yang Inflammation wings. Although a Yuan Qi cultivator could fly, it was definitely not as fast and convenient as the Yang Inflammation wings. However, in this dangerous place, if he really used his Yang Inflammation wings to fly into the air, with the flapping of his wings, it would only attract the attention of others, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai really did not want to use his Yang Inflammation wings. Chapter 222. As soon as Yang Kai moved, the three Ghost King Valley disciples all sneered. Although Jin Hao and Yu Cheng Kuan saw Yang Kai rushing towards the woman, they didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they sneered even more, apparently thinking that this woman had enough strength to easily stop Yang Kai. The woman's expression didn't change as she secretly condensed her Yuan Qi, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as if she was staring at a dead man, without the slightest emotion. When he was about 5 meters away from the woman, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi fiercely burst out. Unyielding will. In order to escape from the hands of an Yuan Qi cultivator, Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back. Feeling Yang Kai's strength soar, the woman's face sank slightly, her pale white hands trembling as a few thin threads flew out from her fingertips, like snakes leaping out of their lair, piercing towards Yang Kai's vital points. These threads were not condensed from Yuan Qi, but rather a kind of silk. They were tough and after being infused with Yuan Qi, they would become as sharp as knives. They weren't considered artifacts, so they could be used here. Perceiving the crisis contained in these threads, Yang Kai's expression became dignified, his thoughts turning sharply as he suddenly forced out a few drops of Yang liquid from his fingertips. As soon as these drops of Yang liquid appeared, under Yang Kai's will, they transformed into a shield shape, stacked on top of each other, and blocked in front of him. Just as he finished this, the threads arrived in front of him. *PU, with a light sound, Yang Kai's liquefied shield was directly pierced through, but with this slight obstruction, Yang Kai was still able to avoid being hit in any of his vitals, allowing the threads to pierce through some insignificant positions and emerge from his body. His body couldn't help but tremble as Yang Kai rushed in front of the woman and punched out a few times. The woman sneered. Her ghost claw broke through the air and clashed with Yang Kai, her sharp nails tearing off a piece of flesh from the back of Yang Kai's hand. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's face became even paler, but with the help of the power of these few exchanges, he was able to recover. He flew over the woman's head and landed on the ground. Then, he used his footwork and quickly fled. "Come back!" the woman shouted, and the silk in her hand trembled. He pulled back fiercely, but Yang Kai's body was not pulled back. He only paused for a moment, and then quickly flew away, leaving behind a few bloody streaks in the air. The woman's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Jin Hao and Yu Chungkuan, who were calm and composed, were also shocked. What's going on? Jin Hao flew over and asked. His junior sister's silk was extremely tough. Since it had already pierced into that brat's body, how could it not bind him? It's been melted. The woman looked at the broken piece of silk and felt her heart ache. She stamped her foot and said, "What are you looking at? Chase after him." Yu Chungkuan narrowed his eyes and chased after them. Jin Hao and the woman hurriedly followed. In the isolated world, Yang Kai was using almost all of his strength to escape. It was not easy to open a gap, but he also paid a big price for it. If he was surrounded by those three again, he was afraid he would really have to use his yang inflammation wings. His self-created footwork had been pushed to the limit, but there was still an indistinct shadow chasing after him. It was the fastest Ghost King Valley disciple. Jin Hao and the woman's footwork was not as good as Yu Chungkuan's, so they fell behind. After running for half a day, Yu Chungkuan was still chasing after Yang Kai, following him like a shadow. Even if Yang Kai pushed his speed to the limit, he couldn't shake him off. The other party's behavior showed that he was determined to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai was full of anger. There was a group of monster beasts in front of him, about 4 or 5 of them, about 1,000 feet away from him. Yang Kai's heart became fierce. Not only did he not avoid them, but he also rushed directly towards them. His figure swayed. After a few flashes, he rushed out of the group of monster beasts gathering area. Looking back, he saw that Yu Chungkuan had also rushed out unscathed. He was not stopped by the group of monster beast at all. When one's speed reached a certain level, they could indeed avoid most battles here. Monster beast below 5th order would have a hard time chasing after them. High Heaven Pavilion boy, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from my pursuit. Give up now. Yu Chungkuan shouted as he chased, your speed is really good, but you're only at the separation and reunion boundary. How long will the Yuan Qi in your body last? Sooner or later, you'll run out of Yuan Qi. When that time comes, you'll die. Obediently stop and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yu Chungkuan was also a bit angry. His speed was second to none in the Yuan Qi boundary, but now he was chasing after a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. He was secretly surprised at Yang Kai's speed and became more and more annoyed. He thought that when he caught Yang Kai, he would definitely torture him. Yang Kai ignored his threats. While running, he secretly circulated Yuan Qi to heal himself. He didn't have to worry about running out of Yuan Qi. He just looked left and right for an opportunity to win. Along the way, Yang Kai deliberately ran towards the places where the monster beast gathered. He crossed mountains and cut through thorns. He didn't know how far he had run, but Yu Chungkuan was not far behind. On the contrary, Jin Hao and the woman from Ghost King Valley were nowhere to be seen. But Yang Kai still didn't dare to stop. If it was only Yu Chungkuan, he still had hope to fight, but Jin Hao and the woman would definitely catch up. If he stopped, he would die. After a full day, Yang Kai didn't know how far he had run, but Yu Chungkuan was still chasing after him like a maggot. While running, Yang Kai rushed out of the deep jungle and directly rushed to a cliff. Finally, he reached the place. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relief. When he was running before, he had observed this cliff. It was about 10,000 feet high, and below it, there were clouds and roiling fog. He didn't know what kind of scene it was. Seeing such a cliff half a day ago, Yang Kai realized that his opportunity had come. So he led Yu Chungkuan all the way to this place. Standing still and gasping for breath, Kai Yang turned around and looked back. In the forest, Yu Chungkuan also rushed out. When he saw the terrain of this place, he was stunned and couldn't help but laugh wildly. He approached step by step and said with a nasty grin, "Run, keep running. Son of a bitch, your strength isn't high, but your speed is quite fast, making this uncle chase you for so long." Victory was already in his hands. Yang Kai's escape route was blocked by him, and in front of him was a 10,000-foot cliff. A trivial separation and reunion boundary cultivator was equivalent to being forced into a dead end, with no way out. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at him coldly, motionless. "Why aren't you running?" Yu Chungkuan coldly looked at Yang Kai and stood 5 feet in front of him. There's nowhere to run, Yang Kai said truthfully. Ha 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 ha. Yu Chungkuan laughed unscrupulously. So you also know there's nowhere to run? Let me go, Yang Kai said in a low voice. Are you begging for mercy? Yu Chungkuan showed a contemptuous and proud smile. This is not the attitude you should be begging for mercy. You should kneel down, crawl in front of me, kowtow and admit your mistakes. If this uncle is in a good mood, maybe he really will spare your life. I don't have any enmity with you, so why do you have to kill me? Yu Chungkuan grinned. We don't have any enmity, but our elders do. Who told you to be so unlucky? In such a big place, you just had to run into us. Don't talk nonsense, destroy your own meridians, and then pray that I will be kind. Let me go, and I'll give you a reward. Yu Chungkuan's smile faded, and he said in a low voice, How many blood beads do you have? Yang Kai shook his head. I've already absorbed all the blood beads. But I have a few bottles of good quality pills. As he spoke, he reached into his Chengkuan bag and took out a few bottles of pills, waving them in front of Yu Chungkuan before putting them away. These are all healing pills. You'll need them if you want to move around here. Seeing these bottles of pills, Yu Chungkuan couldn't help showing a greedy look, and he smiled sinisterly. Not bad, not bad. It seems that today's harvest is not small. Boy, throw the pills over. Are you willing to let me go? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Yu Chungkuan slowly shook his head. Why should I let you go? Even if I kill you, I'll still get a blood bead, and these pills will still be mine. This uncle never makes a bad deal. If you think so, you're destined to get nothing. Yang Kai's face was fierce, and he slowly stepped back a few steps, making a posture as if he was about to jump off the cliff. Yu Chungkuan's face turned cold, and he snapped, You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't believe you have the guts to jump. As he spoke, he took a step and rushed towards Yang Kai. But to Yu Chungkuan's surprise, Yang Kai actually showed a smile, and then jumped back more than 10 feet. Did he really jump? Yu Chungkuan's eyes widened. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so decisive. Originally, he thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, he was only at the separation and reunion boundary and couldn't fly, so jumping off such a high cliff would definitely result in death. If he had stayed and fought with him, with his speed, he might have had a chance to survive. But now Yang Kai actually jumped off the cliff without hesitation, causing Yu Chungkuan to be slightly stunned. Immediately, Yu Chungkuan was furious. This boy would clearly rather die than let him get the slightest benefit. He was really ruthless. Thinking quickly, Yu Chungkuan also rushed to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. What was a 10,000-foot cliff? He was a Yuan Qi cultivator. After the Yuan Qi in his body transformed into Yuan Qi, he could fly. As long as he quickly killed this little bastard from High Heaven Pavilion, with his strength, he would naturally be able to fly up. The blood bead was secondary, but he absolutely couldn't let go of those bottles of healing pills. After falling more than 10 feet, Yang Kai looked up and saw Yu Chungkuan quickly rushing towards him, like a big bird spreading its wings, his face filled with ruthlessness. Yang Kai grinned. He was really worried that Yu Chungkuan wouldn't jump down with him. If he didn't have the courage, then all his acting would have been in vain. Seeing him jump off the cliff, he couldn't help but feel relief. Chapter 223. Although the two of them had jumped off the cliff one after the other, Yang Kai had fallen on his own while Yu Chungkuan had borrowed the force of his fall, so their speeds naturally couldn't be compared. The latter was undoubtedly much faster. Little brat, even if you die, you'll die by my hands. Yu Chungkuan shouted as he ferociously rushed towards Yang Kai. In mid-air, Yu Chungkuan's pair of ghost claws danced as a distorted human face suddenly shot out from his palms. This face was very similar to the one he had seen when he first met the old demon. This face roared ferociously, mixed with unparalleled resentment and evil qi. Like a vicious ghost, it instantly rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his hand and struck out towards this resentful face, but he didn't feel the slightest resistance and instead allowed this resentful spirit to rush into his body. Feeling a cold sensation on his arm, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering as his entire arm was quickly covered in frost. Yu Chungkuan laughed triumphantly. You're dead. This move was the Ghost King Valley's evil martial skill, the Ghost King seal, which was cultivated using a human's soul. Capture a living person, then constantly torture and humiliate them without letting them die, filling them with anger and resentment. Once they reached a certain point, kill them and use a special method to extract their resentful spirit and absorb it into one's body to cultivate. This move of a Ghost King Valley disciple was impossible to defend against with ordinary means. Once the resentful spirit rushed into one's body, the enemy was basically a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yu Chungkuan didn't want to waste time, so naturally he wanted to quickly kill Yang Kai and extract the blood bead condensed from his flesh and Yuan Qi. After this move succeeded, Yu Chungkuan unscrupulously rushed towards Yang Kai and grabbed him. But in the next moment, Yu Chungkuan's body couldn't help trembling, his face suddenly paling as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he felt that the connection between the resentful spirit he had sent out and his body had been severed. This resentful spirit contained his blood essence, Yuan Qi, and soul, so when it was destroyed, Yu Chungkuan also suffered a heavy backlash. What's going on? Yu Chungkuan was shocked and looked down. The frost on Yang Kai's arm was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the corner of this high heaven pavilion disciple's mouth curled into a proud smile. Jie 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 jie. Old demon laughed wildly inside Yang Kai's body. I didn't expect that even though this old master couldn't take action, someone would still send this old master a delicious meal. Not bad, not bad. This resentful spirit has a strong baleful aura. It's really delicious. After a few bites, the resentful spirit was devoured by the old demon. The old demon licked the corner of his mouth. Young master. Ask him if he still has any more of these things. Tell him to make a few more so that this old man can at least be half full. I'm afraid he's gone. Yang Kai saw that Cheng Kuan was injured. He knew that the vengeful spirit was definitely a precious item. Yu Chungkuan couldn't possibly have a second one like that. Hearing Yang Kai talking to himself, Yu Chungkuan's face suddenly turned cold. It's you. What method did you use to destroy my Ghost King seal? Yang Kai sneered. Take a guess. I'll kill you. Yu Chungkuan was furious. Opening his hand, he slapped down towards Yang Kai's head. His ghost claw flashed with a murderous aura. With a hua sound, 2 fiery red lights suddenly flashed from Yang Kai's back. Feeling this fierce Yuan Qi fluctuation, Yu Chungkuan was shocked and quickly released Yang Kai. He also involuntarily withdrew his attack and put his hands in front of him in a defensive posture. But as soon as he finished this action, he saw that Yang Kai, who was falling down the cliff with him, suddenly froze in place while he himself continued to fall at a rapid speed. Looking up, Yu Chungkuan's pupils instantly shrank. He saw the high heaven pavilion disciple standing proudly in the air, coldly looking at him like an eagle overlooking the earth. His whole body exuded an aura that made people unable to look down on him. But behind him, there was a pair of fiery red wings. They burned like fireworks. The surrounding air was distorted. He stood there, insufferably arrogant, looking down on everyone. Yu Chungkuan could hardly believe his eyes. What kind of artifact was this? No, the artifacts here couldn't be used. This wasn't an artifact. Could it be a martial skill? What kind of martial skill could have such a brilliant effect? What kind of martial skill could give birth to 2 large wings on someone's back? Shocked, Yu Chungkuan was momentarily dazed. Yang Kai had already spread his yang inflammation wings. He quickly flew down. The situation was completely different from before. Now the two's positions were completely reversed. Yu Chungkuan's heart trembled, but he didn't dare to be negligent. His Yuan Qi burst out and his falling speed suddenly slowed down, showing signs of stabilizing. How could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? In a flash, he flew above Yu Chungkuan's head and fiercely punched towards the top of his head. Yu Chungkuan complained in his heart. He was a Yuan Qi cultivator, but after all, he was only at the 3rd level of Yuan Qi. If no one was blocking him, he could fly, but with a strong enemy attacking him, how could he fly steadily? In other words, a Yuan Qi cultivator had just learned how to fly, so he couldn't fight while flying. When Yang Kai's attack came, he had no choice but to mobilize all of his Yuan Qi and counter it with his hand. With a loud boom, Yu Chungkuan plummeted down at an even faster speed than before. While falling at such a high speed, the headwind from below made him almost unable to open his eyes, and his mouth and nose were filled with a chill. He hurriedly mobilized his Yuan Qi, trying to stabilize his fall. Just as he saw the effect, a murderous attack came from above. Yu Chungkuan was shocked. He never thought that Yang Kai's speed would be so fast. In a hurry, he made a move to block, but how could he block Yang Kai's full power? Yu Chungkuan only felt a sharp pain in his hands. The hot Yuan Qi rushed into his meridians, almost rushing into the Dantian. Only now did he know that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not as easy to deal with as he seemed. His Ghost King seal was silently neutralized by him. He also had a martial skill that allowed him to grow a pair of wings on his back. This person's Yuan Qi was also unbelievably pure. He was the perfect example of a wolf in sheep's clothing to eat a tiger. All of his previous acts of weakness were just to numb himself. Yu Chungkuan was full of regret. He should not have been greedy for those bottles of pills and jumped off the cliff with this brat. Now that he was in midair, he could not even use 30% of his strength. He was completely at the mercy of this brat. Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai was attacking again, but there was no sign of the cliff above him. He had already fallen more than 500 feet. Now even if he wanted to fly, he could not. Hong. Yu Chungkuan screamed miserably. He felt as if his shoulder was about to collapse, and his already fast falling speed increased by a fraction. Falling at such a speed, once he touched the ground, he would definitely die without a corpse. The smell of death hit him in the face. Yu Chungkuan trembled with fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a strong wind rushed into his mouth, making it impossible for him to make any sound. In the sky, two figures were rapidly falling. The difference was that Yu Chungkuan below was involuntarily falling, while Yang Kai above was fiercely waving his yang inflammation wings, chasing after Yu Chungkuan and attacking at the same time. Hong. Hong. Every attack took a long time. After all, Yu Chungkuan's speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai would need to spend some time to catch up. After falling for an unknown amount of time, and not knowing how high the cliff was, Yang Kai and Yu Chungkuan both plunged into the white fog, as if they were falling into the clouds. After more than a dozen attacks, one of Yu Chungkuan's shoulders was broken, and both of his arms were broken. Blood flowed out, and he looked miserable. In the sky, Yang Kai, with the help of his yang inflammation wings, was the real master. If Yu Chungkuan did not desperately urge his Yuan Qi to slow down his falling momentum, Yang Kai would not have been able to catch up with him. But even so, Yu Chungkuan's falling speed was getting faster and faster. Sensing another murderous intent coming from above his head, Yu Chungkuan looked up and saw Kai Yang attack him again, causing him to panic to fill his eyes as a look of panic appeared on his face. His arms were already broken, and there was no way for him to resist. If this attack hit him, he would definitely die. But to Yu Chungkuan's surprise, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He withdrew the attack that was about to hit him, and the two wings on his back flapped vigorously. The falling speed quickly slowed down, and gradually stopped. Escaping a disaster, Yu Chungkuan did not have the slightest joy, because he guessed why Yang Kai suddenly stopped and desperately tried to slow down his falling speed. Looking down, as he guessed, the ground was dozens of feet below him. Yuan Qi gushed out desperately, and Yu Chungkuan hoped that he could safely land. But his speed was too fast. The distance of dozens of feet was closed in an instant. Bang! A sound was heard. Yang Kai, who was slowly falling from the sky, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. On the ground where Yu Chungkuan fell, a large pool of dark red blood bloomed like a delicate flower. Pieces of flesh and broken limbs were everywhere, and it looked very horrible. A third-level Yuan Qi cultivator, if faced head-on, Yang Kai estimated that he had no hope of winning. But using this terrain, the enemy did not cause any damage to Yang Kai and died without a burial place. Never underestimate the opponent at any time. Yang Kai pursed his lips and secretly reflected. The moment Yu Chungkuan died, Jin Hao and the young woman who had rushed to the edge of the cliff couldn't help but change their expressions. The three of them from Ghost King Valley had a special method to detect each other's location and vitality. As soon as Yu Chengkuan died, Jin Hao and the young woman noticed. "Brother, you died." The young woman's mouth was slightly agape as she stood there in a daze. Jin Hao rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked down, but all he could see was a cloud and fog, so he couldn't see anything. He couldn't help but angrily say, "He must have been dragged down the cliff by that high heaven pavilion little brat. How could he be so careless?" The young woman hatefully stomped her foot. He was just a third-level Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if he really fell down the cliff, as long as he was careful he should have been able to fly back up. Jin Hao's face was also ugly. It seems that we all underestimated that little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. He must have been hiding some kind of secret method that caught junior brother off guard. Ha! Chapter 224. Both Jin Hao and the woman were extremely annoyed. Their hearts ached for Yu Chengkuan's death. Fortunately, that brat from Sky Tower Pavilion had also fallen into the cliff and would definitely die. At least there was someone to accompany him to the grave, so they wouldn't be too lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. After lamenting for a while at the edge of the cliff, the two left. The cliff was too high, and they didn't know if there were any dangers at the bottom. They didn't dare to go down to look for Yu Chengkuan's body, so they could only let him be buried in the wilderness. At the bottom of the cliff, Yang Kai flapped his young inflammation wings and slowly landed on the ground. He collected the blood bead condensed after Yu Chengkuan's death. As expected of an Yuan Qi expert, this blood bead was twice the size of a separation and reunion realm blood bead. It was the size of a longan fruit, and the energy it contained was much more abundant. When he absorbed the blood bead before, Yang Kai had tasted the sweetness. Now that he saw such a large blood bead, his mind couldn't help but become active. If he could kill all the Yuan Qi cultivators who entered this place, how much would he gain? At the lakeside, Yang Kai found that there were as many as 200 to 300 cultivators who entered this place to train. 200 to 300 blood beads, he could easily advance to the Yuan Qi realm, right? When this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly restrained his thoughts, afraid that it would arouse the hidden killing intent and hostility in his heart. Putting the blood bead into his Chengkuan bag, Yang Kai turned his head to look left and right, then quickly left in a certain direction. This was a huge valley covered by clouds and mist. All four sides were extremely steep and high cliffs. It was impossible for ordinary people to come down. Even if one's strength had reached the Yuan Qi realm, they wouldn't dare to rashly enter the valley before investigating the situation below. Yang Kai walked in the valley for a day and gradually understood the terrain. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. This kind of terrain made it so that he was the only one moving around here. He didn't have to worry about encountering an opponent that he couldn't defeat. Along the way, he also killed several fourth-order monster beasts. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. As long as he had enough time, his strength would slowly become stronger. If he left this place, he wouldn't have to worry about those Yuan Qi cultivators. The valley was indeed huge. Yang Kai walked and hunted in it day after day. Every day, he would reap some rewards. Occasionally, he would come across a few level 5 monster beasts, but he would quickly avoid them. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai had collected more than 30 monster beast blood orbs. It took him 2 hours to find a safe place. Refine and absorb all of it. Combined with the blood bead he obtained after Yu Chengkuan's death, Yang Kai felt that he had reached the bottleneck of the separation and reunion boundary 4th stage and was only a step away from breaking through again. It was a bountiful harvest. However, it seemed like there were only a few monster beasts in this valley for them to kill. As time passed, it was difficult for Yang Kai to encounter a Tier 4 monster beast again, although there were traces of activity of a few Tier 5 monster beast. But Yang Kai really didn't want to fight with him. After running around the entire periphery of the valley, he gradually returned to the place where he had originally landed. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to explore the middle of the valley to see if he could find more monster beast. If there were no more, he would have to leave this valley and think of another way. Yang Kai advanced into the valley very quickly. He did encounter a few monster beast and obtained a few blood beads. But as he walked towards the middle of the valley, he didn't see a single monster beast. There wasn't even the slightest trace of monster beast activity. With a trace of doubt in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was walking, suddenly stopped and stared in front of him. His pupils shrank and his face involuntarily filled with shock and disbelief. He saw an incomparably huge skeleton, 1,000 feet away. There was a white skeleton lying quietly on the ground. Even though it was so far away, Yang Kai could feel an ancient and barbaric aura coming from it. The skeleton was at least 20 feet tall, and he didn't know how long it was. The white bones were shining like ivory. Even after countless years, it was still tenacious and unwavering. Even though the flowing time Great Emperor had passed, it still stood there and didn't turn into dust. The skeleton was so huge. It was hard to imagine how powerful this monster beast was before it died. His mind was shaken for a long time. Then, Yang Kai slowly lifted his feet and walked towards it. When he got closer, Yang Kai found that there wasn't only one skeleton here, but two. One of them was the one he saw from afar, while the other was small and exquisite. The two skeletons seemed to be connected, but when he looked carefully, they weren't. It was just that the small skeleton was embedded in the abdomen of the big skeleton. These two monster beasts died together, the old demon asserted. Yang Kai nodded and agreed with his deduction. Looking at the two skeletons, he could vaguely see the hardships and bloodshed of the battle. The two monster beasts, one big and one small, were evenly matched. There was no clear winner. The monster beast's fierceness was aroused. No one was willing to be weak, and no one was willing to admit defeat. In the end, the smaller monster beast tore open the big monster beast's abdomen, but it was also heavily injured by the big monster beast. At the same time, it fell to the ground and died. Countless years had passed. The wind blew and the sun shone, and the sand and dust covered the traces of the shocking battle. However, they couldn't bury the white bones and the unyielding murderous aura. Yang Kai's shock didn't subside. His eyes fell on the big skeleton. He didn't know what kind of monster beast could have such a huge body. It was 20 feet tall when it fell to the ground, and this was only half of its body. Most of its body was still buried under the dust. Each of its bones was so strong and powerful, and its body was so huge. It must have been an extraordinarily strong monster beast when it was alive. But what was the origin of the small monster beast? It was so weak that it could die together with its opponent. Old demon, do you know what kind of monster beast this is? Yang Kai stood for a long time before he gradually collected his thoughts and asked. I can't deduce it just by looking at the skeleton, the old demon replied. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently touched the huge white bones. As soon as his fingers touched them, the bones collapsed and turned into fine powder. The two skeletons that were exposed to the surface of the ground started to crack and collapse in an instant with a loud rumble. They died here and were buried here, so where did their soul go? Even such a powerful demonic beast couldn't escape the fate of death. It was truly lamentable. But soon, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He opened his eyes wide and looked around. Young master, what are you looking for? The old demon was puzzled. Blood beads, these two monster beasts were so powerful, how bad could the blood beads condensed after they died be? Yang Kai replied excitedly. They've been dead for so many years. There shouldn't be any blood beads left, right? I bet they're still here. Do you believe me? Yang Kai smiled confidently. This old servant is slow-witted. The old demon humbly asked for guidance. This is the valley at the bottom of the cliff. It's covered by clouds and mist. I don't think the Yuan Qi cultivator would come down here for no reason, Yang Kai chuckled. Only I, who was chased to a dead end, would take the risk. But even if the cultivator didn't come down, there's still a monster beast here. Before he finished speaking, the old demon suddenly realized. In the past few days, they hadn't seen any monster beast activity nearby. If the cultivator didn't come, and the monster beast didn't come, then the blood beads condensed from these two powerful monster beasts wouldn't have disappeared. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. The old demon definitely understood. A drop of yang liquid appeared on his finger and turned into the shape of a shovel. He buried his head and dug. Yang was very particular with his excavation. He dug along the bones of the huge skeleton. Since the blood beads were condensed from these two monster beasts after they died, they must have been buried in the sand and should be at the bottom. Clouds of dust were lifted. Yang Kai quickly dug deeper. He dug very carefully and didn't let go of any suspicious places. After digging for more than 10 feet, a ray of crimson light suddenly burst out from the ground. Found it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He quickly and carefully lifted the soil around him. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that the blood beads condensed from such a powerful monster beast would at least be the size of a human head. If it wasn't the size of a human head, it should be the size of a fist. But this wasn't the case. The blood bead at the bottom was smaller than the one Yu Cheng Kuan got after he died. It was only the size of the 4th grade monster beast. Could it be that his estimation was wrong? Those two monster beasts weren't powerful existences? With some doubts in his heart, Yang Kai continued to dig. Soon, he found another blood bead nearby. It was almost the same as the previous one. The two monster beasts would die together. Their strength was equal, so the blood beads were naturally the same. Frowning, Yang Kai slightly operated the true Yang secret art. He wanted to feel the energy contained in these two blood beads. But as soon as the secret art was activated, Yang Kai groaned and involuntarily sat down cross-legged. His face was full of horror. "Young master!" The old demon was shocked. He quickly shouted, but he didn't get any response from Yang Kai. The next moment, he felt a surge of energy that made people's hearts palpitate. It kept flowing from Yang Kai's hand into his body. Moreover, this energy was not pure and was mixed with a great deal of evil qi and demonic qi. This unparalleled evil qi and evil qi caused even an old devil like old demon, who was accustomed to great spectacles, to shudder. Yang Kai trembled all over. In an instant, his meridians were saturated. The true Yang secret art was uncontrollably operated, refining the impurities in this huge amount of energy and then pouring it into the unyielding golden skeleton. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. What was the origin of those two monster beasts? Why were the blood beads condensed after death different from the others? The other blood beads were incomparably pure and could be easily absorbed by anyone. However, these two blood beads were different. They contained too much of the wild nature and baleful aura of the demonic beasts when they were alive. If they were not refined and absorbed, it would definitely cause a person to become like the demonic beasts and lose their humanity. Could it be that when one's strength reached a certain level, the blood beads condensed after death were so different? Yang Kai wanted to stop absorbing this energy, but no matter what, he couldn't do it. The energy in the two blood beads surged uncontrollably. He had no choice but to accept and refine it. Chapter 225. In just 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai felt like he had broken through the bottleneck of separation and reunion boundary 4th stage. His own cultivation soared, breaking through to separation and reunion boundary 5th stage like a hot knife through butter, and then continued to climb. The sudden breakthrough caused Yang Kai to panic. Although he also wanted to become stronger quickly, this kind of crazy influx of energy had exceeded the limit of what he could accept. All of Yang Kai's muscles tightened, and without any warning, his entire body grew fatter. His exposed skin and flesh began to wriggle visibly. It was as if there were countless earthworms crawling inside his body, making him look extremely terrifying. After a while, Yang Kai's skin began to crack, and his muscles began to break inch by inch. Blood began to flow out, and his entire body became bloody. Under the huge pressure, the unyielding golden skeleton became even more hungry than before, endlessly swallowing the refined energy. However, even if Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit, it still could not keep up with the speed of the influx of energy. *PU. Countless soft muffled sounds were emitted from within his body. Clusters of bloody fog exploded as these sounds were emitted. Immediately, countless blood-red glows charged out from within his body. The area within 1,000 feet radius was instantly covered by this extremely wild and violent energy. The old demon screamed in horror, but never got a response from Yang Kai. It was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, unable to do anything. Kai Yang suppressed the severe pain coming from all over his body, clenching his teeth tightly, his whole body trembling. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. The huge pressure coming from his body made him feel like he was on the verge of collapse, unable to resist at all. As the huge amount of energy continued to pour into his body, Yang Kai felt his body become even more bloated. If this continued, sooner or later, he would explode from the huge amount of energy. Moreover, the crisis Yang Kai was facing was not only the influx of energy, but also the evil aura that rushed into his mind along with the energy. This was the aura of the two monster beasts. After they died, because they were too powerful, the world principles here had condensed their monster cores and flesh essence into blood beads. However, it still could not erase their aura. The threat of this baleful aura was not inferior to the impact of energy. Yang Kai could only guard his mind and prevent himself from being affected by the monster beast's aura. At the same time, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the situation. In fact, the solution was very simple. As long as the true Yang Yuan Qi in the body could refine the energy at the same speed as the energy entering the body, the danger would naturally be averted. Although he knew the method, however, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. The true Yang tactic had already been pushed to the limit. There was no way to increase the speed. The only solution left was to make the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body purer and denser. Zhenyang Yuan Qi was like a ball of fire. The energy that surged into his body was like a piece of stubborn iron. The purer the flame, the denser it was. The higher the temperature, the faster the iron would be melted. But there was no time to think about it. As soon as this idea popped into his head, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and exploded a drop of Yang liquid inside the dantian. A single drop of Yang liquid was equivalent to the total amount of Yuan Qi stored in Yang Kai's meridians. With this explosion, the already packed meridians became even more congested. The swelling pain of his meridians and the tearing of his flesh caused Yang Kai to tremble uncontrollably. Holding his breath, he frantically compressed his meridians. Compressing and purifying the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians. This was a task that tested one's willpower. Fortunately, the unyielding will played a role at the crucial moment. The temporary increase in realm allowed Yang Kai to withstand more energy impact. After enduring for a period of time, the pressure suddenly lessened. Under Yang Kai's desperate urging, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians burned and fused with each other. It did indeed become purer than before. The Yuan Qi became purer, and even the speed of its circulation increased. With this two-pronged approach, the energy that entered his body could naturally be melted faster. Realizing this, Yang Kai's mind shook. He exerted more effort to compress his meridians and control the fusion of the Yuan Qi. With the passage of time, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body became purer and purer. The efficiency of the fusion of energy also increased, and the circulation speed increased by about 5%. From the outside, Yang Kai's bloated body was like a balloon that had a small hole poked in it, and it was recovering at an undetectable speed. The old demon finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He hid in the Soulbreaker All and prayed incessantly. Yang Kai's life and death were closely related to him. How could he not be worried? When the fusion of the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body slowed down, Yang Kai ignited another drop of Yang liquid. Using this desperate method, he suppressed the fusion of the Yuan Qi. Half a day later, when the true Yang Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, the true Yang secret art began to circulate. Yang Kai could almost hear the humming sound coming from his body. It was the pleasant sound that came when the Yuan Qi in his meridians flowed to a certain limit. At this time, the true Yang Yuan Qi's fusion of energy could finally keep up with the speed of the two blood beads. His fat body gradually returned to its normal state. His life was no longer in danger. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He secretly opened his eyes to check, and found that the two blood beads in his hand hadn't changed much. They were still the same size as when he first picked them up. It seemed that he had underestimated the energy in these two blood beads. This struggle between life and death made Yang Kai ponder. He also had some enlightenment in his state of mind. It wasn't just an increase in strength. One of the tasks of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was to prepare for the advancement to the Yuan Qi boundary. They had to make the Yuan Qi in their body purer and richer. When it reached a certain limit, the Yuan Qi would transform into Yuan Qi, and they would smoothly advance to the Yuan Qi boundary. Before this, Yang Kai's strength had only increased due to the increase in energy in his body. But after experiencing this life and death trial, he found that breaking through wasn't so simple. There were other ways. It could even be said that even if the energy in his body didn't increase, he could still break through. When the Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, it would be a breakthrough. With each breakthrough, the Yuan Qi would become purer and purer, gradually transforming into Yuan Qi. However, a normal cultivator didn't have Yang Kai's conditions. The Dantian stored such a huge amount of energy at any time, so they could only use the method of increasing the Yuan Qi to slowly compress and fuse it, and thus achieve the effect of purification. But half a day ago, when Yang Kai was facing a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found a suitable cultivation method for himself. This discovery made him clear what he should do in the separation and reunion boundary. The enlightenment and improvement in his state of mind made Yang Kai feel light all over. This feeling of finding a goal was very wonderful. The energy in the 2 blood beads continued to pour into his body, one after another, like a vast river, rolling and becoming his capital to become stronger. The evil qi and evil qi from the energy were refined, but they didn't melt. Instead, they were squeezed out of his meridians and gathered around Yang Kai's body, where the wind couldn't blow them away. This abnormal situation was naturally noticed by Yang Kai, but now he was at a critical juncture of absorbing the energy, so naturally he didn't have time to pay attention to it. However, this also confirmed the tyrannical nature of the 2 monster beast. Even if they had died countless years ago, even if they had been condensed into blood beads, their demonic nature still existed. The absorption of the 2 blood beads took Yang Kai 10 days of effort. More than half of the yang liquid in the Dantian had been used up before he was able to completely purify them. But what puzzled the old demon was that after absorbing such a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai actually didn't break through, maintaining his cultivation at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage. This discovery really puzzled him, and he didn't know what kind of mystery was behind it. When the 2 blood beads completely disappeared, the last wisp of evil qi flowed out of Yang Kai's body and gathered around him. After 10 days, the place where Yang Kai had been meditating had become filled with a murderous aura. The evil qi was divided into 2 and gathered around Yang Kai, constantly fighting with each other, just like the 2 monster beast had been when they were alive. The surrounding 1,000 meters had been wrapped in a gloomy evil qi. As the last wisp of evil qi converged, the 2 opposing evil qi suddenly began to tumble and squirm. As they tumbled, the 2 evil qi gradually transformed into the shape of 2 monster beast. The one on the left was 10 meters tall, its whole body was snow white, and there wasn't the slightest trace of impurities on its body. On its forehead was a majestic king character, and the 2 fangs at the corners of its mouth glowed with a cold light. Its whip-like tail was as strong as steel, and when it swung it, the wind howled. This was a white tiger. The one on the right was huge, at least 400 to 500 meters tall, its body towering into the clouds. It was almost impossible to see what it looked like, but from its body shape, it was vaguely possible to see the shape of an ox. When its 4 feet struck the ground, the earth shook. Heaven-shaking white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox. The old demon couldn't help but exclaim. When the 2 beasts took shape, they both roared towards the sky. The entire mountain valley suddenly changed color, and immediately, they turned into a gray mist and drilled into the body of the dumbfounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai only felt his whole body tremble, and the evil qi in his body tumbled, making it impossible for him to move. What he saw was no longer the scenery in front of him, but a vast world where the 2 monster beast, 1 tiger and 1 ox, were fiercely charging and killing each other. All kinds of monster beast secret skills flew all over the sky, causing the world to lose its color and the clouds to become turbulent. This was an unprecedented battle. This was the resentment of the 2 monster beast towards each other when they were alive. Even after death, they still fought endlessly. The battlefield of this battle was inside Yang Kai, who had absorbed their essence. When they were alive, they were evenly matched, and even perished together. After death, they were still evenly matched. Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest discomfort, except for the initial shock and panic. After a while, he calmed down and carefully watched the life and death duel between the two monster beasts. This kind of earth-shattering battle was not something that a cultivator of his level could easily witness. Although it was a monster beast's battle, watching it would still be rewarding. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot about the existence of time, and his mind was focused on the two monster beasts. He was the only spectator. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and his evil chi was visible to the naked eye, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. Chapter 226. In the center of the Valley of the Foreign Land, there was originally a huge pit. This pit was dug by Yang Kai when he was looking for the blood beads. As time passed, dust and sand flew, and this big pit had been mostly buried by sand, leaving only less than 10 feet deep. At this moment, around this small pit, there was a surge of evil spirit wriggling. If one looked carefully, they could even faintly see that this evil spirit was divided into two, and was fighting fiercely with each other. The battle between the two evil spirits lasted for an unknown amount of time, and no one could do anything to the other. One day, these two baleful auras suddenly rushed towards the middle and silently disappeared without a trace. The grey and hazy world suddenly became clear and bright, and the world once again returned to its original brightness. After a long time, accompanied by a sound, a figure suddenly flew out of the pit. His strong body was as graceful as a swallow, and steadily landed on the ground. Shaking off the dust on his body, he took a deep breath and stood quietly in the same place. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he seemed to be thinking. Yang Kai finally came out of seclusion. The resentment of the two monster beasts after their death almost forced him to watch the whole battle. This battle could really be said to be earth-shattering and unprecedented. Yang Kai watched the two monster beasts constantly fighting, constantly being injured and bleeding, and persevering without the slightest fear. Again and again, they rushed at each other, and again, inflicted heavy damage on each other, and finally died together. That was a battle where they knew they would die, but still went forward with indomitable will. That was a battle where the dignity and honor of the monster beast were at stake. Before this, Yang Kai didn't even know that the monster beast had such a spirit that was not inferior to any of the strong human beings. This kind of confrontation and hand-to-hand battle made Yang Kai, the only spectator, feel his blood boil, and he learned a lot. Moreover, after the remnants of the two monster beasts disappeared, Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something more in his body. When they were alive, the two monster beasts couldn't determine the winner. After they died, they used Yang Kai's body to duel again, and fulfilled their long-cherished wish. These may be the two monster beasts' thank you gifts for him. Maybe it was his own perception, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Spreading out his hands, he looked down and sorted out his messy thoughts. Yang Kai urged the yuan qi in his body to circulate according to a certain order. After a moment, the faint roar of a beast came from his body, and he pushed forward with his palm. A fiery red figure suddenly flew out with the palm wind. A tiger's roar shook the sky. It was a vivid and lifelike tiger made purely out of yuan qi. The tiger was majestic and awe-inspiring. The two fangs at the corner of his mouth glowed with a cold light. He pounced forward quickly and opened his mouth to bite. Insufferably arrogant. He struck out with another palm strike, and a mighty and majestic single-horned bull galloped out. It rumbled as it trampled on the ground like a stampede of 10,000 horses, and it crushed all obstacles before it, crushing all of them into powder. It was unstoppable. However, at this moment, the white tiger and divine ox were formed by Yang Kai's yuan qi, and their entire bodies were crimson red. It looked more and more murderous. The two illusory figures ran for a few thousand feet before they gradually turned into fluorescent light and disappeared into the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, very satisfied with his harvest. This could be considered a martial skill, but it was a martial skill obtained from the monster beast's remnant consciousness. It could be considered a type of beast soul skill. There were many martial skills in the world that were formed by simulating the monster beast's figure. When he was in the Nine-Yin Mountain Valley, Yang Kai saw Wen Fei Chen of the blood group use a similar martial skill. But what he used was only the vague shape of a tiger's head, and couldn't see the whole picture. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current beast soul skill. Whether it was the heaven-shaking white tiger or the earth-splitting divine ox's beast soul skill, Yang Kai used the monster beast's full body, and its appearance was also very vivid. Like the real monster beast, the lethality it could display was naturally many times greater than Wen Fei Chen's. There were two similar beast soul skills. Yang Kai's strength increased again. These two skills, according to their form, could be named White Tiger Seal and Divine Ox Seal. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. From the sand in the big hole he dug, he knew that he must have been in retreat for a long time this time. "Old demon, how long has it been?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "More than half a year, young master." Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder his stomach was feeling a little hungry. If it hadn't been so long, he wouldn't have felt this way. But now was not the time to forage. Yang Kai shook off the sand on his body, sat down cross-legged, and recalled the enlightenment he gained when he absorbed the two blood beads half a year ago. After a long time, he smiled slightly and said, "Old demon, watch me show you a trick." "What kind of trick?" Old demon was puzzled. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't answer, instead immersing himself in the Dantian's yang liquid, one by one. About half a day later, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up from the ground, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly, and his aura to soar. Old demon was stunned, because without any warning, Yang Kai had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage. How could this be? More than half a year ago, the young master had absorbed such a huge amount of energy, but there was no trace of a breakthrough, so he had remained at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage, but now, after just half a day, he had broken through? He hadn't circulated his secret art, nor had he absorbed any world energy. In other words, the energy in his body hadn't increased at all. How did he break through? Old demon couldn't understand. He wanted to ask, but Yang Kai still closed his eyes and meditated, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. After another half a day, Yang Kai's aura soared again. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage. Old demon was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's current breakthrough was too strange, completely beyond the old demon's own experience. After carefully investigating, he finally found some clues. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was very different from before, and although the total amount had not changed, whether it was its purity or density, both had increased by several levels. It was this kind of change that allowed Kai Yang to break through and advance. How is this possible? Old demon was shocked. After breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary 7th stage, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. The amount of yang liquid in Dantian had decreased by a third, and although the quantity had decreased, the energy contained in it had not changed. This also led to the current drop of yang liquid being much purer and more vigorous than before, so if he used this yang liquid to perform any kind of attack, the power would be much greater and the lethality would be much greater. This was equivalent to recasting all the yang liquid in Dantian. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage was Yang Kai's current limit, and he could no longer compress and purify it. Young master's magic trick has become much more profound. Old servant has also benefited greatly. Old demon saw Yang Kai open his eyes and hurriedly said. Although he was suspected of flattering, old demon sincerely admired him. Yang Kai grinned. Since he had obtained a new martial skill, he naturally wanted to try it out. After searching the mountain valley for a long time, he finally found a 5th-order monster beast. Using his beast soul skill, the ox and tiger slammed into and bit the monster beast, causing the 5th-order monster beast to be unable to fight back. Yang Kai stepped forward to help, and it only took him a moment to kill it, collecting a blood bead. The whole process was so easy and simple that Yang Kai couldn't believe it. More than half a year ago, when he encountered a 5th-order monster beast, he would have to think twice before sneaking around it. But now, he could kill it like it was grass. Even if this 5th-order monster beast wasn't very strong, it still made Yang Kai feel like he was in a different world. The blood bead he obtained wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Compared to the blood beads condensed after the death of a yuan qi master, it wasn't on the same level. Putting away the blood bead, Yang Kai determined that no one was spying on him, then he activated his Yang inflammation wings and flew up. If a Yuan Qi master were to fly up a 10,000-foot cliff, it would take a lot of effort, but with the Yang inflammation wings, it was a different story. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already left the mountain valley. Half a day later, the hungry Yang Kai successfully found a fruit tree, picked a lot of fruit, and sat under the tree to eat. Eating the fruit, Yang Kai thought about what to do next. Not long after he came here, he had been in seclusion for more than half a year, so he didn't know how the situation here was developing. Moreover, from what he had encountered before, there didn't seem to be many spirit grasses and miraculous medicines here, only endless monster beast. Moreover, the soul-cleansing dew and brilliant flame liquid were good things. If he had the chance, he would collect some. The soul-cleansing dew was very useful to him, but the brilliant flame liquid didn't matter. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't know where to find these two things. While he was deep in thought, Kai Yang's movements suddenly paused as he listened attentively. He heard the sound of wolves howling in the distance, and it seemed that there was also the sound of fighting. His heart moved. Yang Kai quickly picked up some fruits and stuffed them into his universe bag, then used his movement skill to rush in the direction of the sound. He had to find someone to inquire about what happened while he was in seclusion. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai arrived at the place of the incident. Hiding in a big tree, Yang Kai secretly looked forward, and after seeing the situation, his expression couldn't help shaking. There were two people, a man and a woman, fighting hard, and this man and woman were people he recognized. Reflecting moon sects Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Besieging them was a group of monster beast, more than a dozen of them, and they weren't of the same species. A variety of monster beasts had gathered together, most of them were fourth-order monster beast. If that was the case, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu wouldn't have been so flustered, but among this group of monster beast, there were 3 fifth-order monster beast. With a fifth-order monster beast holding the line, even if Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu worked together, they still couldn't break through. Surrounded in the center by this group of monster beast, they were forced to use all of their means to break through. Chen Shueshu had many scars on his body, and his left leg was stained with blood. Su Xiaoyu was also gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she sweated profusely. The strength of this brother and sister was not low, both of them Yuan Qi boundary masters. The various martial skills they displayed were extraordinary, so although they were trapped, they wouldn't be killed in a short time. However, it seemed that they had been fighting with this group of monster beast for a long time, consuming a great deal of their physical strength and spirit. In the end, Su Xiaoyu was a woman, so her physical strength couldn't keep up. If it weren't for Chen Shueshu frequently rescuing her, she would likely have been injured. Chapter 227. If it were someone else who was besieged by a monster beast, Yang Kai would have to think carefully. He didn't want to end up being targeted for saving someone else's life, causing trouble for no reason. In this world, people's hearts were not what they used to be, especially the young cultivator who had come to experience isolated worlds. Who didn't want to have a few more eyes? They couldn't wait to see through people's hearts and see whether they were black or red. But since it was 2 people from the reflecting moon sect who were in danger, Yang Kai didn't have so many concerns. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu had given him a good impression. Neither of them were evil people, and they had even crossed paths before, so Yang Kai considered them trustworthy. If he wanted to inquire about information about this place, they were undoubtedly the best choice. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quietly climbed down from the tree, quickly approaching the battlefield. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu both wore dignified expressions as they pushed their true qi recklessly, fiercely releasing their killing blows. Although they had managed to kill several fourth-order monster beasts, they were still unable to turn the situation around. There were too many demonic beasts surrounding them from all directions. Especially the 3 fifth-rank demonic beasts, their intelligence was quite high. They would always take advantage of the time when they were fighting with the 4th-rank demonic beasts to launch a sneak attack from the side, causing the 2 of them to be at a loss. This was how Chen Shueshu's injuries came about. If the two of them hadn't been able to communicate and cooperate tacitly, they would have already been in danger. In the middle of the battle, Chen Shuishu's eyes flashed a trace of decisiveness as he quickly said, "Junior sister, I will use my full strength to open a gap for you. Escape as fast as you can, I will hold back the remaining monster beast." Hearing him say this, Su Xiaoyu immediately understood what he was planning and quickly shook her head. "No, if we leave together, if we die together. Be obedient." Chen Shuishu shouted angrily, "We don't have much yuan qi left, there are too many monster beasts, we can't get rid of them. Only by leaving one of us behind will we have a glimmer of hope to escape. After you leave, don't look back, find a safe place to hide, and don't come out again. Once this place closes, you can return to the sec." "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." Su Xiaoyu shook her head like a rattle. Chen Shuishu still wanted to persuade her, but to his surprise, Su Xiaoyu firmly said, "If you dare say another word, I'll rush up and let these monster beasts tear you apart." "Why are you?" Chen Shuishu was both angry and distressed. "You think I don't dare?" Su Xiaoyu glared at him. "Good. If brother doesn't want to talk about it, then we'll kill our way out. Let these beasts experience the secret techniques of our reflecting moon sec." Chen Shuishu's spirit was shaken, and his desire to die was instantly dispelled. Su Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and stood side by side with Chen Shuishu, her yuan qi surging. They raised their hands and struck out a palm together. A crescent moon appeared in the sky. Strands of yin sai like moonlight cascaded down, containing an unparalleled lethality, and the surrounding dozen monster beasts were all pierced through by the moonlight. All of them could not help but let out miserable howls. More than half of the fourth-order monster beast died on the spot, and even a fifth-order monster beast was severely injured. Blood splattered all over the ground. Reflecting moon sect's secret technique, full moon overhead. If this technique could display its full power, the dozen or so monster beast would have no hope of surviving. Unfortunately, Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu were both arrows at the end of their flight, so even after joining forces, they only managed to summon a crescent moon, greatly reducing the power of their secret technique. However, the monster beast was also forced to retreat after receiving this blow. Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu glanced at each other as they gasped for breath, but there was no regret in their eyes. There was only warmth. They had done their best, and 9 out of 10 of their yuan qi had been depleted, so they could no longer resist. The next time the monster beast pounced on them, it would be the time of their deaths. The monster beast that was still alive seemed to have understood this point. After retreating for a moment, it bared its fangs and surrounded them, its pair of gloomy eyes staring at the two. It was about to pounce. The two of them did not sit still and wait for their deaths. Chen Shuishu protected Su Xiaoyu by his side, his body full of fighting spirit, his face cold. Shua. The remaining monster beast pounced on them, and Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu shouted at the same time. They unleashed the last of their yuan qi. A fourth-order monster beast at the front had its head smashed and died on the spot. Another fourth-order monster beast was also sent flying. It fell to the ground with a miserable howl, and it seemed that it was about to die. However, there were still many monster beasts, and the two of them could not fight against so many. During the battle, the two fifth-order monster beasts that were still in good condition attacked from the side, biting towards Chen Shuishu who was in a weaker state. A fishy wind blew in their faces, the cold fangs, and the smell of death descended. A figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu, seemingly in a headlong posture. The brother and Su Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with astonishment. In the next moment, they saw this person's two palms land on the backs of the two fifth-order monster beast. Two screams rang out at the same time, and the fifth-order monster beast that had almost bitten Chen Shuishu was knocked to the ground by these two palms. A series of muffled sounds burst out from the bodies of the two monster beasts, and a burning sensation spread out, bringing with it a sense of warmth. After this person landed on the ground, he threw out 4 punches at lightning speed in all directions. Peng 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 peng. The 4 fourth-order monster beast that had rushed in front of them were all sent flying. After landing, they struggled to get up, but were unable to do so, blood foaming from their mouths. It's you. Su Xiaoyu's mouth opened slightly in shock, and immediately looked at Yang Kai with joy and excitement. Junior brother Yang. Chen Shuai-shu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was so wonderful. I'll tell you later. Yang Kai's feet moved like the wind as he quickly rushed forward. Although the 2 palms he had just sent out had knocked the 2 fifth-order monster beasts to the ground, they had not taken their lives. At this moment, the 2 monster beasts saw that the situation was not good, and while showing off their fangs, they slowly retreated in an attempt to escape. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he rushed in front of the 2 monster beasts. Without the slightest fear, he raised his hand and slapped one of them on the head. The monster beast's reaction was also quite fast, and it managed to avoid the blow by a hair's breadth. But before it could react, Yang Kai's palm had turned into a sweep. Pa. With a resounding sound, Yang Kai's palm slapped the 5th-order monster beast's cheek. The huge monster beast's body spun mid-air like a top and was sent flying several dozen meters before crashing into a large tree and falling to the ground. Yang Kai then aimed his fist at the other 5th-order monster beast, sending out a burning sun's 3-layer blast right into its forehead. After 3 muffled bangs, the monster beast suddenly seemed to be drunk, swaying unsteadily as a blood-red crack appeared on its hard forehead. Yang Kai then kicked it and sent it flying, landing right next to the first monster beast. Moving as fast as the wind, Yang Kai rushed over and sent out a series of punches. The screams of the monster beast continued and gradually weakened. The 2 reflecting moon sect disciples were dumbfounded. Su Xiaoyu's mouth was wide open while Chen Shuai-shu was also stunned. After a while, Yang Kai came back, gasping for breath and covered in blood. Coming up to the 2, he looked at them suspiciously and asked, "What happened?" Chen Shuai-shu and Su Xiaoyu recovered, the former showing a wry smile and asked cautiously, "Junior brother Yang, what realm are you at now?" "Separation and reunion 7th stage." Yang Kai smiled, then reached out and threw a blood bead from a dead 5th-order monster beast into Su Xiaoyu's mouth. Ah! Su Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly closed her mouth, but after she recovered, she couldn't help feeling surprised. Separation and reunion 7th stage? Chen Shuai-shu's face was filled with disbelief. "You're lying." Although Su Xiaoyu was grateful to Yang Kai for giving her a blood bead, she was also annoyed with his attitude of throwing it into her mouth without saying anything. What if it was something dirty? She immediately retorted without any trace of politeness. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Kai chuckled and handed the other blood bead to Chen Shuai-shu. Chen Shuai-shu's brow furrowed for a moment before he immediately reached out and took it. This Chen will never forget this great kindness. "You're welcome. I see that you don't have much yuan qi left. Quickly collect these blood beads so you can restore yourself as soon as possible." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said. The 2 nodded and walked over to collect all the blood beads. "Let's leave here first." Chen Shuai-shu vigilantly observed his surroundings, then quickly led Yang Kai and Su Xiaoyu away. They seemed to be in a hurry because they had been refining and absorbing the energy of the blood beads along the way without the slightest delay. With the help of these blood beads, the 2 quickly restored their yuan qi. About half a stick of incense worth of time later, Yang Kai heard the sound of fighting coming from a short distance away. "Over here!" Chen Shuai-shu and Su Xiaoyu were shocked and rushed over. Yang Kai had a stomach full of doubts, but he could only temporarily suppress them and follow behind them. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the battle was taking place, and the scene in front of them made Yang Kai frown. He found that there were dozens of various monster beasts besieging a cultivator, just like what Chen Shuai-shu and Su Xiaoyu had encountered before. "Junior brother Yang, if you don't want to intervene, just stand aside and watch the show. When we're done here, we'll explain to you in detail," Chen Shuai-shu said solemnly, then rushed into the battlefield with Su Xiaoyu. "Brother Chen is back." Someone soon found Chen Shuai-shu and Su Xiaoyu and couldn't help shouting excitedly. Brother Chen's strength is really profound. He was actually able to escape from the jaws of so many monster beasts. Someone else shouted. Chen Shuai-shu smiled bitterly. Only he and Su Xiaoyu understood that the 2 of them were almost torn apart by the monster beast just now. If Yang Kai hadn't appeared at the critical moment, how could they have survived? Hearing such praise at this moment, it was jarring. Without saying a word, the two from Reflecting Moon sect quickly arrived at the group of cultivators and began fighting with the group of monster beast. Perhaps the safe return of Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu had lifted the spirits of this group, or perhaps the monster beast group knew that it wouldn't do them any good to continue fighting, but after a while, a loud roar came from the distance. Hearing this roar, the dozens of monster beast abandoned the group of cultivators and retreated, soon disappearing into the jungle. On the field, there were more than a dozen monster beast corpses, and one of them belonged to a cultivator. Yang Kai stood to the side, watching this scene in a daze, and couldn't help but feel surprised. He discovered that for some reason, these people had all gathered in one place. They had actually cast aside their differences in sect and worked together as one to fight against the demonic beasts. Chapter 228. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces, all of which he had seen at the lakeside before. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were among them, as well as Pure Heart Palace, Water Moon Hall, 9-Star Sword Sect, Raging Fire Temple, Soaring Feather Pavilion. Disciples from various sects had gathered here, a total of about 30 people, all of whom were the leaders of their respective sects' younger generations. However, at the moment, the condition of these people was not very good. Yuan Chi's consumption was enormous, and many of them had various injuries on their bodies. Having just finished a fierce battle, most of these 30 or so people hurriedly sat down to meditate. Only one person was shuttling through the battlefield, collecting the blood beads left behind by the monster beast. Suddenly, a pair of eyes glanced over at Yang Kai. Following this gaze, Yang Kai saw a young man about 27 or 28 years old staring back at him with a cold expression. This young man's figure was robust, and he stood out from the crowd. Although his clothes were damaged, they were still neat without the slightest wrinkle. There were many bloodstains on his body, which added to his lofty and cold appearance. He stood there quietly like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing its sharpness, and a sharp aura that shot into the sky. After staring at each other for a moment, this young man faintly withdrew his gaze and began talking to the person who had just been shuttling through the battlefield to collect the blood beads. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu came over, both of them showing a look of relief on their faces. "What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. He really couldn't understand how the current situation had developed. The younger generation of the various sects had come to this isolated world for life experience, so they had a competitive relationship with each other. If not for some special reason, even if they weren't enemies, they wouldn't have joined forces. It's a long story. Chen Shueshu grit his teeth and gestured to Yang Kai to sit down. Yang Kai saw that his brother was seriously injured and was bleeding profusely, so he reached into his sleeve and took out a bottle, pouring out a few pills and handing them over. "Healing pills." Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Chen Shueshu quickly signaled to her and whispered, "Brother Yang, quickly put them away." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Although he didn't know the reason, he still quietly stuffed the bottle into his bosom and poured out the medicinal pills into Chen Shueshu's hand. He was extremely puzzled. Wasn't it just a few healing pills? Why was Su Xiaoyu making such a fuss? The young disciples who would come in for experience would definitely carry a few bottles with them in case of emergency. There were more than a dozen bottles of medicinal pills in his Chenkuan bag. They were all prepared by his Grand Master Ling Tai-shu, but he had never used them. Su Xiaoyu glanced around. She stuck out her tongue again. He had an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Chen, why are you all gathered together?" Yang Kai asked softly. This was what he was most confused about. "I had no choice." Chen Shueshu smiled bitterly. "Someone threatened you?" Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "That's not it." Chen Shueshu shook his head repeatedly. "We gathered together out of our own free will, and also out of self-preservation. Because if they don't gather together, they won't be able to survive here. Could it be that there is some kind of danger here that you have no choice but to work together?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Ien." Chen Shueshu nodded. "Is it a person or a monster beast?" "There are people, and there are also monster beast." Chen Shueshu let out a long sigh before raising his eyes and asking, Do you remember when we were at the lakeside, there was a group of people from a sect who dressed differently from our great Han cultivator? How could Yang Kai not remember? He had a deep impression of that group of people, so he nodded and said, that was a Tianlang dynasty cultivator. Chen Shuai-shu looked at him in amazement. Brother Yang actually knows their origins. We also paid a great price to find out that group of people were not our great Han cultivator. Grand Master told me before. Chen Shuai-shu was shocked. A look of admiration appeared on his face. Senior Ling is really knowledgeable. What does that have to do with the Tianlang dynasty cultivator? They are indeed very strong, but there are only 4 of them. You have so many people, why are you still afraid of them? Yang Kai was confused and couldn't help but frown. If it's just the 4 of them, why should we be afraid? The Tianlang dynasty cultivator dared to come to our great Han dynasty and act so presumptuously. They are simply seeking their own deaths. Even if we just take a few people out, we can still destroy them. Chen Shuai-shu was extremely indignant, but after he finished speaking, he bitterly smiled. But there are more than 4 of them. I don't know what kind of strange secret art they've cultivated to actually be able to enslave monster beasts to fight for them. There are 4 of them. Each one of them has over 100 monster beast. How are we supposed to fight them? Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. He said in amazement, when you were surrounded by the monster beast, and that group of monster beasts just now, were they all controlled by the Tianlang dynasty cultivator? That's right. Chen Shuai-shu nodded heavily. Over 100 great Han dynasty disciples entered this place to gain experience, but we did not expect that the Tianlang dynasty group was already prepared. At the beginning of the first 2 months, that group of thieves did not make any movements, allowing our great Han dynasty cultivator to hunt the monster beast and kill each other. But after 2 months, when they had enslaved a considerable amount of monster beast, they immediately attacked our great Han dynasty disciples. Many people were simply unprepared and were killed by those monster beast. And those people from the Tianlang dynasty, they did not even need to make a move, and our cultivator was already dead. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. But a doubt in his heart was also solved. No wonder the 2 groups of monster beast he saw before were of different species, so it turned out that they were all enslaved. These past few months of fighting, those people from the Tianlang dynasty are getting more and more monster beast. It is simply impossible to kill them all. On the other hand, our great Han dynasty cultivator is getting fewer and fewer. Previously, we had 50 people gathered together, but now more than a dozen have died. Apart from that, I estimate that the rest are no longer in this world. In other words, the only ones alive in this place were the 4 cultivator from the Tianlang dynasty and the 30 people here. Yang Kai took a deep breath, also somewhat absent-minded. On that day, there were more than 200 to 300 people who entered, but after half a year, only a tenth of them remained. Those who died were the elites of the various great Han dynasty forces. The losses could not be described as not disastrous. As he spoke, Chen Shuai-shu was extremely vexed, his face flushed red. This time we really lost a lot of face. If word of this spread out, I'm afraid all the sects here will lose face. There were so many young talents of the great Han dynasty gathered in one place, but they were suppressed by the Tianlang nation, who came from afar. If this matter really spread out, they would become the laughingstock of the world, so it was no wonder he was blushing. Brother, it's not your fault. Su Xiao Yu softly comforted, it's not that we weren't strong enough, it's that group of people were too treacherous, their preparations were too thorough. Ha! Chen Shuai-shu's enthusiasm waned as he sighed dejectedly, now I just hope this damned place closes quickly so we can get out. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, now that so many of you have gathered together, who is giving orders? Everyone here was an elite. In their respective great forces they could call for wind and call for rain. Such people were all unruly, arrogant, and self-important. Without a leader capable of suppressing them, they were definitely nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Chen Shuai-shu nodded to the side and said, that's 9-star sword sect's Wu Chengyi, a Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage master. Among the people here, he is the strongest, so for the time being, everyone will listen to him. Following his gaze, Yang Kai glanced over and found that it was the young man who had been staring at him before. No wonder he gave off the feeling of an unsheathed sword. It turned out he was one of the 9-star sword sect's elites. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The 9-star sword sect, whose disciples mainly cultivated sword skills, was also a famous sect, one that enjoyed a high reputation throughout the Great Han Dynasty. The 9-star sword sect was known as the number 1 force below the central capital's 8 great families. It was second only to the central capital's 8 great families. From this it could be seen just how powerful the 9-star sword sect was. Wu Chengyi's strength was high, and his background was extraordinary, so for such a character to act as a temporary leader was really a good idea. Besides him, among this group of cultivators, there was probably no one else who could convince the masses. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "This person's temperament and demeanor are quite suitable for a leader. It seems that the 9-star sword sect has spent quite a bit of effort on him." Su Xiaoyu heard this and couldn't help curling her lips and whispering, "That guy is really arrogant, always thinking of us as his subordinates. Moreover, after killing the monster beast, all of the blood beads obtained must go through him. I really don't know how much he's been greedy for." Chen Shuaishu glared at Su Xiaoyu. "Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for him taking the lead, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to gather together and would have been defeated one by those Qianlang dynasty people. He's the strongest and contributed the most, so it's only right that he gets the most benefits. What's more, 80% of the monster beast here have been enslaved by the Qianlang dynasty people, so we won't be able to obtain many blood beads. If he wants to take them, then take them. I just hope we can get out safely. I don't care about anything else." Su Xiaoyu was not convinced. "If that's all, then it's fine. But he doesn't take the lives of others seriously. This time, we were sent out to hold back a dozen monster beast. If it weren't for Brother Yang coming to our rescue, you would have." Thinking about the danger just now, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help crying, her eyes red. "What are you crying for? Don't make Brother Yang laugh at us. Didn't we get out safely?" Chen Shuaishu comforted her while smiling apologetically to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. "You were surrounded by monster beast because he sent you out?" Chen Shuaishu smiled bitterly. "We took turns. This time it was my brother and sister's luck that was bad. We encountered a few more and almost lost our lives." Letting out a sigh, Yang Kai could also understand Chen Shuaishu's helplessness. In this situation, even if he was dissatisfied with Wu Chengyi, he could only endure it and leave this big team. With his and Su Xiaoyu's strength, it was likely they would die even faster. Thinking about it again, Yang Kai finally understood why Su Xiaoyu had been so surprised when he took out those healing pills. In the past few months, this group of people must have encountered countless battles. Although each of them had a spare supply of pills, they must have long since been used up. At this moment, there were no rare herbs around, so the healing pills he took out were extremely precious. Chapter 229. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression sank, secretly regretting his actions just now. He didn't know if that scene had fallen into the eyes of the others. If it had been seen by others, it would have been troublesome. However, for a trivial healing pill to become a rare item was something he could never have imagined. "Brother Chen, can you come and talk to me?" Suddenly, Wu Chengyi called out. Chen Shuaishu nodded and smiled at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Yang Kai nodded. After Chen Shuaishu left, Yang Kai looked around and found that many people were looking at him with great interest. This group of people had not seen a new face for a long time. The great Han cultivator who had been scattered outside had most likely died, so now that they saw Yang Kai, a newcomer, they were naturally curious. Especially since Yang Kai was alone, none of them could understand how a single person could escape the pursuit of the Qianlang dynasty cultivator. Yang Kai glanced around and saw the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly to him. These 4 girls had entered Nether Mountain with Yang Kai, and although they had never spoken to each other before, they had at least been in the same boat. Now that they had fallen into such a predicament, they naturally felt closer to each other. Yang Kai responded with a smile. While he was observing, 2 people suddenly stood up. The one in the lead was a woman as delicate and beautiful as a flower. She was tall and voluptuous, wearing a dark green dress that was tight around her body, outlining her fiery figure. She had a voluptuous bosom, perky buttocks, slender legs, and two jade-like arms that were exposed. Her skin was like white jade, sparkling with an attractive luster like porcelain. Her fingers were long and slender, and her 10 fingernails were painted with a bright red color, giving her a flirtatious beauty. What was impossible to ignore was the pair of bountiful breasts on this woman's chest, full and round, quite impressive. Of all the women Yang Kai had seen, only Lan Chudai could compare to her. She smiled sweetly, twisting her waist like a beautiful snake. Leisurely walking over, a pair of clear eyes stared at Yang Kai for a moment as a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Behind her was a man who looked like an iron tower. He had a bear-like waist and a tiger-like back. He was abnormally strong, and his body was several times larger than anyone present. His chiseled face was cold and callous. There was a half-foot-long scar on his cheek. Blood and flesh were overturned, making it look like it was full of killing intent. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold and merciless aura. Regardless of whether it was the woman or the man, they both gave off a bloodthirsty feeling of decisiveness. Su Xiaoyu's brow furrowed. "Are they coming here?" "I'm afraid so." Yang Kai also frowned. He realized that the beautiful woman had been staring at him, and was walking towards him. "Little brother Yang, do you know them?" Su Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Yang Kai shook his head in confusion. He had never seen these two people before. Although Ling Taishu had told him the names of most of the sects and the strength of their disciples when they were at the lake was too big, and there were many people on the other side. Ling Taishu had not been able to point them out, so Yang Kai really didn't know where these two people were from. Could it be because of the healing pills? Su Xiaoyu's expression changed. Yang Kai's face also sank. He couldn't help becoming vigilant. "Little brother Yang, you must not get into a dispute with them. These two are very strong," Su Xiaoyu anxiously exhorted, a trace of worry flashing across her face. "I'll try my best." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He didn't want to have any conflicts with the people here, but in this situation, if he were to act rashly, he would have to become enemies with these two people. It was tantamount to becoming an enemy of everyone here, and he was doomed to have a bad end. However, if these people insisted on bullying him, Yang Kai wouldn't back down. As the beautiful woman and the cold man approached, everyone's eyes were drawn to them, all of them wanting to know what this seemingly lascivious woman wanted to do. A moment later, the woman arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him with a smile. Without saying a word, the man behind her looked even colder, his pair of eyes shooting daggers towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to stare directly into Yang Kai's heart and soul. Yang Kai frowned. "Is there something you two want?" The woman didn't answer, instead looking at him very seriously. Immediately, she slowly leaned down, a slight smile appearing on her face as she moved her face closer to Yang Kai, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He didn't feel the slightest murderous intent or malicious intent from this woman, but her current actions were really a bit confusing. The woman was like a puppy, constantly sniffing around Yang Kai's body, a few strands of hair falling behind her ears brushing past Yang Kai's neck and cheeks, causing him to feel a tingling sensation. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, like a fragrant musk, causing his mind to wander. At her high neckline, a pair of breathtaking snow-white peaks and deep cleavage appeared in Yang Kai's eyes, as well as two round and tender semicircles. Yang Kai involuntarily gulped, his throat faintly burning. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, her cheeks blushing, her heart thumping wildly. This woman's actions were clearly a blatant provocation. Even the men who were sitting in meditation outside couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. What more a young girl like Su Xiaoyu? She was sitting right next to Yang Kai at the moment, so she could see more clearly than anyone else. The sound of gulping echoed from all directions, causing many young cultivator to feel envious. They had all fantasized about this voluptuous woman with a voluptuous figure, but because of the towering man behind her, they only dared to think about it but didn't dare to be presumptuous. Usually, it was fine to tease a few words, but when had anyone ever been so close to this woman? But now, this woman seemed to be itching to throw herself at Yang Kai and take him as she pleased. This scene was really too hot and alluring, especially in this dangerous place where danger lurked everywhere, and after experiencing such a fierce battle, it made one's blood boil even more. Girl, you. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. Although he didn't feel any murderous intent, this woman was too strange. They had never met before, so for her to act so intimately was a bit inexplicable. Sure. The woman smiled sweetly, stretching out a jade finger and placing it on Yang Kai's lips, suppressing his doubts. She continued to unscrupulously sniff around, causing Yang Kai's ears to turn red. Little brother Yang. Su Xiao Yu couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Yang Kai. Hee hee. When the woman saw this scene, she giggled and stood up, staring at Yang Kai with great interest, a strange and puzzled look involuntarily appearing on her delicate face as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What do you think? The woman suddenly looked back at the towering man and asked. Murderous Qi, blood Qi. The man said coolly. En. The woman nodded slightly, suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Little brother, please don't blame us, it's just that our senior sister felt a sense of intimacy from you, so we took the liberty to disturb you. Me. Su Xiao Yu snorted and turned her head away. She obviously didn't believe such childish words. Yang Kai also didn't believe it. The woman still smiled. This reason is indeed not convincing, but I'm not lying to you. In fact, even I don't understand why. Nice to meet you, my name is Yi Ching Sai, this is my junior brother Ju Ba. Yang Kai. Ah, it's little brother Yang. Yi Ching Sai pursed her lips into a smile, her expression flirtatious as she continued, we senior sister and junior brother are from the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect, I'm afraid little brother Yang has never heard of us. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he quickly hid it. He suddenly understood why this woman had come to find him for no reason. Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. A first-class great force. Since the two of them were the elite disciples of the Shura sect, they must have practiced some kind of secret technique of the Shura sect. The Azura sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura sword, was on him at this moment, so perhaps there was some kind of connection between them. No wonder she said there was a sense of intimacy. Although this realization dawned on him, Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it. Now that this woman had a sense of intimacy with him, if she found out that the Azura sect's hallowed artifact was on him, that sense of intimacy would immediately turn into killing intent. There was no doubt about this. Pretending to be ignorant, Yang Kai asked curiously, Endless Sea Islands? Yi Ching Sai nodded. At the southernmost tip of the Great Han Dynasty, on the Endless Sea, there are many sects. Little brother Yang lives inland, so I'm afraid you don't know much about them. Is it only your family that came? Yang Kai showed interest in a timely manner. He still had the hallowed artifact of another great force in his body. Yi Ching Sai smiled. There are also people from Gemini Island, but there's only one left, over there. Saying so, she pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai glanced over and couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, the people from the Falling Flowers spirit religion hadn't come, otherwise he would have felt a sense of intimacy for no reason. Where does little brother Yang come from? Yi Ching Sai asked. Obviously the doubts in her heart had not been dispelled and she wanted to get to the bottom of this. Feeling a sense of intimacy with a stranger for no reason, especially one who was a senior sister and a junior brother, was naturally suspicious. High Heaven Pavilion. There was nothing to hide here, so Yang Kai continued, maybe it's because the martial skills I cultivate contain a bit of slaughter intent, coupled with the fact that I've been stained with a lot of blood recently, that's why the two of you feel that way. So that's how it is. Yi Ching Sai lightly pursed her lips, nodded lightly, and smiled charmingly. Meeting here is fate. If little brother Yang wants to act with us, don't worry too much, just follow elder sister. I'll protect you. Hey, thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to say that he would leave, Wu Chengyi and Chen Xueshu walked over. Enough with the small talk. Wu Chengyi's expression was cold as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and bowed his head. I heard brother Chen say that you are a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, showing a slight displeasure. Wu Chengyi gave off a domineering feeling, and his tone also contained a kind of overbearing arrogance that couldn't be refuted. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 230. How strong is your cultivation? Wu Chengyi continued to ask. Separation and reunion 7th stage. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of disdain and impatience in Wu Chengyi's eyes. This was not surprising, after all, of the cultivators who were still alive, which one of them had not reached the true element boundary? Yang Kai's separation and reunion 7th stage cultivation was indeed low. Azura sect's Yi Ching Sai's pretty face also showed a touch of surprise. Obviously she had not expected Yang Kai's strength to be so low. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai, who had survived for more than half a year in this dangerous isolated world without dying, would at least have reached Yuan Qi. But Yang Kai saying he was only at separation and reunion 7th stage was simply shocking. Little brother Yang, are you really only at separation and reunion 7th stage? Yi Ching Sai asked. Yang Kai nodded, urging his Yuan Qi, and when the fluctuations of Yuan Qi spread out, his realm was immediately clear. Many of the surrounding martial artists were surprised, but soon after, waves of chuckles could be heard. What are you laughing at? Su Xiao Yu felt bad for Yang Kai and couldn't help but scold them. A group of blind fools. Although this little brother Yang was only at the separation and reunion 7th stage, his combat strength was much stronger than many Yuan Qi cultivators. In front of her and Chen Xueshu, Yang Kai had killed 2 5th-order monster beast and 4 4th-order monster beast in less than a dozen breaths of time. Although there were various reasons why he was able to accomplish such a feat, there was no doubt about his strength. No one knew Yang Kai's combat strength better than Su Xiao Yu and Chen Xueshu. Having such a master join them was their group's blessing. It was ridiculous that they did not know this and even dared to laugh at Yang Kai. Su Xiao Yu was annoyed, but she did not say anything. She was not a stupid girl. How could she expose Yang Kai's strength? You're only at the separation and reunion 7th stage, how did you survive for so long? Yi Ching Sai asked with a puzzled expression. I accidentally fell into a valley. It took me half a year to climb out. Yang Kai shrugged. As soon as he said this, the laughter of the crowd became even louder. Xu Xiao's chest heaved up and down. However, he was powerless to refute. Wu Chengyi's expression was indifferent as he bluntly said, her strength is too low, she won't be of much use. Since she was brought back by brother Chen, she should be able to act together with brother Chen and his brother-sister. At least she should be able to contain 1 to 2 4th-order monster beast, so she's not completely useless. Saying so, Wu Chengyi hurriedly turned and left. She didn't want to talk to Yang Kai anymore. I'm not staying. Yang Kai frowned. After coming out of seclusion this time, he only wanted to find someone to inquire about the current situation, so he was brought here by Chen Xueshu. Now that he had a clear understanding of the situation, he naturally had to leave. Moving together with so many people would be too obvious a target. It would be fine if they were all from the same sect. They looked after each other sincerely, but who knew if they were of the same mind? His own cultivation was the lowest in this group, so once he encountered any danger, he would likely be used as cannon fodder. How could Yang Kai put his life in the hands of others? If he acted alone, although there were dangers and variables, Yang Kai was confident that with his current strength, as long as he was careful, there would be no problems. Even if he was surrounded by the Tianlang dynasty group, using his Yang inflammation wings, he could easily escape, so why should he stick around with these people? Besides that, Yang Kai also had another layer of concern. That was Yi Ching Sai and Zhu Bie in front of him. If the existence of the Azura sword was discovered by them, it would definitely be troublesome. The possibility was very low, but he still had to be careful. Whether it was his own will or the current situation, Yang Kai was not allowed to be with this group of people. What did you say? Wu Chengyi's footsteps paused and turned to look at Yang Kai. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, you want to act alone? Yang Kai nodded. Brother Yang. Chen Xueshu's expression changed as he stepped forward and whispered, it's too dangerous for you to act alone. If you stay with us brother and sister, we can look after each other, it will be much safer than if you go alone. His words were spoken with sincerity. There was not the slightest trace of hypocrisy. Yi Ching Sai also tried to persuade him, Brother Yang, Don't try to be brave, you should stay. Although this is only the first time we've met, Brother Yang really likes you. However, Big Sister truly feels that you are very amiable. In all these years, no one has ever given us such a feeling. We don't want anything bad to happen to you. Jubier, don't you think so? The tower-like man's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. Many thanks for your kindness. Yang Kai chuckled, but I'm used to being lazy, having me work under someone else is a bit awkward. Everyone has their own ambitions, there's no need to force yourself. Wu Chengyi turned around and folded his hands behind his back, but before you leave behind the pills you have on you. Yang Kai and Chen Shue's expression became cold. The scene of Yang Kai taking out a healing pill had fallen into the eyes of the others. Chen Shu frowned. Brother Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wu Chengyi faintly replied, what's wrong with it? He's just a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator. He will soon die under the attacks of Tianlang. At that time, those healing pills will only fall into the enemy's hands. It's better to leave them for us to use. Su Xiaoyu sneered, Wu Chengyi, you're just robbing us. Yi Qing Sai frowned as she and Zhu Bie both stared at Wu Chengyi with displeasure, but neither of them said anything. Wu Chengyi sneered, robbing us? Look around, there are so many people who are injured. Without healing pills, their strength will be reduced to a certain extent. Only by quickly healing can we protect ourselves from the attacks of Tianlang and those bastard. I'm not taking his pills for myself, I'm taking them for all of us. Chen Shueshu angrily shouted, Wu Chengyi, don't speak so righteously. If you really want to rob us, don't blame my brother and sister for not agreeing. Wu Chengyi glanced over at Chen Shueshu and proudly said, so what if you don't agree? Do you want to fight with me? The scene instantly became tense, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. I also don't think it's a good idea. Yi Qing Sai smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Wu Chengyi. This is already the act of a bandit. Wu Chengyi, you're an elite disciple of a great sect, you don't need to be so domineering, right? The latter narrowed his eyes, seemingly quite afraid of Yi Qing Sai, hesitating for a moment before chuckling. Since that's the case, let's let everyone decide. Let's see if it's better to leave those pills behind or take them away. He should leave them behind. Someone immediately echoed, Brother Wu is right, with his low strength, I'm afraid he'll die within a few days. Leaving those pills on him will only benefit those bastards from Tianlang. As soon as this statement came out, many people nodded in agreement. Another person quickly added, Brother Chen, please don't be angry, I'll say something fair. This High Heaven Pavilion brother's strength is really too low. If he is willing to stay and help us, then we can leave those pills with him. If someone else is seriously injured, I'm sure he won't be stingy. But since he's so stubborn and wants to act on his own, I feel that he should leave the pills behind. Everyone's opinions were enough to confuse Gold, and most people actually agreed with Wu Chengyi's approach, causing Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu's expressions to become quite ugly. Chen Shueshu sneered, do you really think this is the right thing to do? If your life-saving pills are taken away, what will you do? What will you do? Many people couldn't help but frown. Although they knew this approach was immoral, everyone's healing pills had already been used up, so if they had one more bottle, they would be able to take it. Perhaps they would be able to save a few more lives at a critical moment. Don't force what you don't want others to do to you. A cold voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a young girl from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly towards him. Wu Chengyi snorted, he hadn't expected so many people to speak up for Yang Kai. With no other choice, he said, if that's the case, this we will give him a choice. Don't say I'm bullying others, or I'm bullying the weak. Coldly glaring at Yang Kai, he said, stay with us, or leave those pills behind, it's up to you. Ha ha. Yang Kai chuckled, stared at Wu Chengyi, and slowly said, I choose the latter. Yang Kai didn't want to act with this group of people, and seeing Wu Chengyi act so arrogantly, he felt even more disgusted. How could he stay and be bullied like this? But with so many people staring at him, if he didn't leave behind those pills, those who had just tried to pressure him would definitely not agree. This is your own choice. Wu Chengyi stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai just shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Wu Chengyi's expression changed. What do you mean? I only said I would leave those pills behind, I never said I would give them to you. Don't think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai sneered, reaching into his sleeve. Taking out a bottle of healing pills, he tossed it to Chen Xueshu. Not turning his eyes away, he coldly said, Brother Chen, I'll leave those pills with you. Chen Xueshu caught the pills. His brow furrowed in anger. He had brought Yang Kai here, but now he was being bullied by so many people. How could he remain calm? Taking a deep breath, Chen Xueshu said, Brother Yang, rest assured, who should take these pills, brother knows. In other words, those who had just stood on Wu Chengyi's side shouldn't even think about this bottle of healing pills. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists, and said, Until we meet again, I hope we can meet again. Saying so, he launched his movement skill and flew away like a meteor. I'm afraid we won't see each other again, Wu Chengyi coldly snorted, taking back his hand that had stiffened for a long time, his face pale as he shouted, If you've rested well, let's set off now. Tian Lang's group will definitely launch another attack soon. If we don't leave now it will be too late. The 30 or so people quickly gathered, and under Wu Chengyi's command, they carefully walked through the jungle. No one noticed that a person at the very back of the group had silently disappeared. Only after the group was far away did he decide on a direction and hurriedly chase after them. That direction was the one Yang Kai had left. Although Yang Kai had left behind a bottle of pills before leaving, how could a disciple who had come here for life experience only have a single bottle of healing pills? What's more, Yang Kai had said before that he had accidentally fallen into a mountain valley and had spent more than half a year searching for a way out. Since that was the case, he must not have encountered any battles during this time. If he had not fought, he would not have been injured, and if he had not been injured, he would not have needed these healing pills. Therefore, he must still have some pills on him. This person had received Wu Chengyi's order to intercept Yang Kai and take the pills he had on him. Wu Chengyi's actions were watertight, only sending a single person would naturally not attract any attention. Chapter 231. Inside the jungle, Yang Kai's figure was like a nimble ape, leaping up and down from the treetops, his body light as a swallow, only bringing a slight breeze with him, not even causing a single leaf to fall. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai was secretly vigilant of his surroundings while planning his next move. Although the fight with Wu Chengyi's group was not very pleasant, it had not affected him in the slightest. His goal had already been achieved. However, he had not expected that the news he had obtained would be so serious. Over the years, the disciples of the various sects who entered this isolated world for life experience had all acted independently. Even if they occasionally joined forces, it was impossible for them to merge on such a large scale, but this time, because of the appearance of the Tianlang dynasty's cultivator, the Great Han dynasty's cultivator had completely united. This was something that had never happened before, and it had already risen to the level of a life-or-death battle between the younger generation of the two countries. Who would win or lose in the end was not something Yang Kai could control, but after all, he was the Great Han dynasty's cultivator, so to speak. He did not want the Tianlang dynasty's people to act so domineering here. If it weren't for those two from the Azura sect, and if it weren't for Wu Chengyi's arrogance, Yang Kai would have stayed behind and joined Chen Xueshu and the others in this battle. Thinking about these things now was useless, so Yang Kai quickly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, his body came to a stop as he glanced back, a strange expression appearing on his face. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai grinned and landed on the ground, quickly hiding behind a large tree and concealing his aura. A moment later, a figure flew past him, and in a flash, Yang Kai was able to clearly see this person's face and dress. This person carried a long sword on his back and wore a blue robe. He was probably in his early 20s and had a cold expression on his face as he flew in the direction Yang Kai had just left. Yang Kai coldly snorted as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. This person was the one who had cleaned up the battlefield before. The cultivator who collected the blood beads and the long sword he carried on his back clearly explained his identity. He was a disciple of the Nine-Star Sword faction and should also be Wu Chengyi's junior brother. He didn't move with that group of people, but chased after him. His intention was quite obvious. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Before, he did not want to have any conflict with Wu Chengyi. Yang Kai was also worried that Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu would be in a difficult situation, but now that they had sent people to chase after him, there was no reason for him to back down. Even a person made of clay had a temper, not to mention that Yang Kai was not a pushover either. Suddenly, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from the front again. The person from the Nine-Star Sword sect had actually returned. While he was running at high speed, his eyes were looking around. He couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, where did it go?" He was a master of the Yuan Qi realm, so he believed that his speed was much faster than Yang Kai's. He had been chasing Yang Kai all the way here, but he actually lost him. Since he had no choice but to return to investigate, naturally he would pay more attention. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled, thinking that this person really did have some skill when it came to tracking. He had been very careful along the way, not leaving any traces behind, but this person was still able to see through him. A moment later, the Nine-Star Sword sect disciple actually stopped about 300 meters away from Yang Kai, his brow furrowed as he looked around. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Hiding behind a tree, he secretly observed this person. After a long time, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of this person's mouth. He reached behind him, and with a clang, his sword was unsheathed. With a sword in hand, this person's momentum suddenly soared, and his whole body became as sharp as a sword. A disciple of the Nine-Star Sword sect. Sure enough, he had some skill. This kind of momentum alone was not something an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator could possess. "I know you're nearby." Qi Jianxing's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he raised his sword and shouted in a firm tone, "Come out obediently and I won't embarrass you." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know whether this Nine-Star Sword sect disciple had really found something or if he was just deliberately mystifying things. Qi Jianxing then said, "Boy, I admire your courage. In this world, besides the young lords of the 8 great families, I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to speak to my eldest brother like that. Just for this, I promise not to hurt you, as long as you hand over all the pills on you and let me complete my brother's task." Seeing that there was no movement, Qi Jianxing showed an impatient expression and threatened, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. When I find your hiding place, it won't be so easy to talk to. While I'm in a good mood now, we can still discuss it." Still no response. Qi Jianxing no longer spoke, his sword trembling as a clear and melodious sound rang out. Suddenly, Kai Yang felt a faint chill coming from all around him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he quickly leapt upwards. Sword chi threads invisible to the naked eye crisscrossed and immediately cut down all the trees within a radius of 300 feet, neatly, all of them falling to the ground. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock. Only now did he truly understand the ruthlessness of this Nine-Star Sword sect disciple. Just now, when he spoke to him, it seemed like he was deliberately mystifying things and stalling for time, but in fact, he was secretly harboring evil intentions. Those invisible threads of sword chi had already spread out in the surroundings while he was speaking. When he was almost done, he would activate the sword chi. As long as he was still hiding here, there would be nowhere to hide. Fortunately, he had sensed something was wrong and rushed up, otherwise, he would have been cut by the sword chi threads and would have been seriously injured. Yang Kai still had some lingering fear in his heart, but he didn't dare underestimate this person. The Nine-Star Sword sect was known as the #1 force in the central capital under the 8 great families, and its elite disciples were not just for show. "Found you." Qi Jianxing turned around and gloomily smiled at Yang Kai, who was falling from mid-air, his eyes filled with ridicule. However, he didn't attack again and instead just calmly stared at Yang Kai. Facing a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, Qi Jianxing naturally had no fear. This level of opponent was only from a second-class sect, he could kill him with a single sword strike. "Your Qi concealment technique is quite exquisite." Qi Jianxing wasn't stingy with his praise. "Where did you learn it from?" He was very interested in Yang Kai's concealment technique. In this dangerous place, with such a skill, he would have a better chance of survival. This was also the main reason why he didn't immediately attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. No matter how exquisite it is, you still saw through it. Qi Jianxing slowly shook his head, a trace of admiration and greed flashing across his eyes. I didn't see through it. It's just that you were hostile to me, causing my sword Qi to react a little autonomously. In fact, I only knew you were hiding nearby, but I didn't know where you were hiding. Being able to force you out in one go can be considered a stroke of luck. He explained to himself, and then immediately smiled coldly. You're a smart person. Since I'm standing here, you should know my intentions. Hand over all the pills you have on you and then tell me how to conceal yourself, and I'll spare your life. Yang Kai sneered. You think you can eat me? Qi Jianxing was stunned for a moment before he laughed. What do you think? A trivial separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, who hadn't even broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary, could he really threaten him? After a moment, his smile faded, and he nodded slightly. Fine, after I cripple you, naturally I can force out the cultivation method. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand flickered. With a clang, several sword rays suddenly appeared in front of him, arranged in the shape of a fan. The sword rays were suffused with a cold light, and each sword ray contained a huge killing power. Go! Qi Jianxing's name was Sword, and the sword skill he cultivated was extraordinary, so when he attacked, several sword waves shot out like lightning towards Yang Kai. Feeling the threat of these sword waves, Yang Kai quickly retreated, his expression changing. Worthy of being a disciple of a first-class sect. Possessing such strength at such a young age. In less than a breath of time, the sword waves arrived in front of Yang Kai and directly pierced through his body. Qi Jianxing frowned. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He didn't want to kill Yang Kai now, he still wanted to interrogate him about the cultivation method of his concealment skill. So just now, he had held back and didn't use too powerful of a move. In the next moment, Qi Jianxing's eyes lit up, and he flicked his sword again, slashing to the side. Another sword wave, like a rainbow, broke through the air. Yang Kai had just revealed himself when his opponent's second attack arrived, forcing him to use his movement skill again to avoid this blow. Good, good, good. Qi Jianxing's expression was filled with excitement as he continued to praise Yang Kai. After the first two moves, he didn't attack again and instead stared at Yang Kai excitedly. Your movement skill is also quite good. A separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator can actually move so quickly. If I can learn it, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. You must give it to me later. Yang Kai took a deep breath, stood firm, and smiled. Since you want my concealment skill and movement skill so much, why don't we make a deal? What kind of deal? Qi Jianxing raised his brow. I'll give you what you want, and you teach me a few of 9-star sword sect's sword skills. How about it? You want to learn the sword? Qi Jianxing looked at Yang Kai strangely, looking him up and down, but couldn't find any trace of a sword on his body. If he didn't have a weapon, why would he want to learn the sword? Yes, everyone takes what they need, there's no harm in that. Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't have a sword in his hand right now, he still had the Azura sword in his body. In terms of the exquisiteness and lethality of sword skills, the 9-star sword sect could be said to be the undisputed number one. Even the 8 great families couldn't deny this point. What a joke! How could my 9-star sword sect's sword skills be taught to outsiders? Qi Jianxing sneered. What's more, the difference in strength between you and me is quite large. I can easily take your life. Why would I need to make a deal with you? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, the arrogance and wickedness in his bones aroused, grinding his teeth as he said, I'll say the same thing. Do you think you can defeat me? But my movement skill is quite exquisite. I'll explain it to you later. Qi Jianxing coldly snorted, no longer using his sword. He knew that his sword couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so as he spoke, he swung his sword and rushed towards Yang Kai. Chapter 232. Qi Jianxing's figure was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Wrapped in sword light, he arrived in front of Yang Kai, the long sword in his hand forming a curtain of sword light that enveloped Yang Kai, sealing off the surrounding space. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, as if someone was playing a lute in the void. Sharp whistling sounds filled the air as tiny sword chi visible to the naked eye crisscrossed, wrapping Yang Kai up. Cold light flashed as Yang Kai's expression became more dignified than ever, fiercely urging his yuan qi, his whole body exuding a threatening heat, his palms bursting with yuan qi as he fiercely pushed outwards. The two yuan qi collided, and a loud explosion rang out mid-air, instantly annihilating most of the hundreds of sword qi. Qi Jianxing's expression became cold as he shouted, "You overestimate yourself." With a wave of his sword, the remaining sword qi converged into a single point, condensing into the shape of a long sword before slashing down towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he opened his hand and forced a drop of yang liquid out of his body. Under the guidance of his will, it transformed into a blood-red shield, blocking in front of him. With a peng sound, the sword qi hit the blood-red shield, causing it to ripple and crack to appear, but it was not damaged. On the contrary, Qi Jianxing's attack had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai raised his blood-red shield in front of him and leapt towards Qi Jianxing. The latter let out a roar and quickly retreated, Yang Kai in hot pursuit. Both of them moved as fast as lightning, one using his exquisite movement skill while the other using his profound cultivation. In terms of speed, they were actually evenly matched. The two figures intertwined. Both unleashed their ferocious killing moves. Qi Jianxing's expression was slightly stunned, never having expected that this second-class sect cultivator, who was only a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, would be able to display such strength, making him unable to take him down. Feeling annoyed, Qi Jianxing's hands became more and more vigorous, his long sword danced in the air, the 3-inch-long sword qi on the tip of his sword like a snake emerging from its hole. His moves were constantly changing. Strange and unpredictable. The trees around them fell down one by one. Wherever the two of them passed, sand and stones flew everywhere. The battle was extremely fierce. In just 10 breaths of time, they had exchanged 30 moves, and neither side was able to gain the upper hand. But in this battle, Qi Jianxing had the absolute advantage. 8 out of 10 moves were on the offensive. With a sneer, Qi Jianxing's long sword flickered out a sword flower and pointed it towards Yang Kai's blood-red shield. Catcher! With a crisp sound, the blood-red shield, it finally could not withstand such a high-intensity attack and shattered. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly jumped out of Qi Jianxing's attack range, but how could his opponent give him this opportunity? Qi Jianxing's sword, as if Qi's sword, directly wrapped Yang Kai's arm. Yang's arms clothes. Yang Kai shouted angrily, and his yuan qi erupted. With the help of the yuan qi's defense, he did not retreat, but advanced instead. He threw a fierce punch, and a raging flame appeared on his fist. The scorching heat distorted the air. Sensing the terrifying killing power contained in this punch, Qi Jianxing was horrified. He pointed his long sword at Yang Kai's shoulder, piercing 3 inches into it, and used the rebound force. He quickly retreated. However, he was still a little too late. Yang Kai's flaming sun's threefold blast had already erupted. Thump, 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 thump. Qi Jianxing retreated more than 10 steps. At the same time, he activated his yuan qi to neutralize the yuan qi that had invaded his body. After a long while, Qi Jianxing's face turned pale, and he took a deep breath. The flaming sun's threefold blast, which had always been successful, was completely neutralized by him, and did not hurt him at all. Looking back at Kai Yang, the clothes on his right arm had been shredded to pieces by the long sword. His exposed arm was covered with countless tiny lines of blood. In an instant, his entire arm had been dyed red, making him look extremely terrifying. While Qi Jianxing neutralized the flaming sun's threefold blast, Yang Kai also let out a light sigh, shaking his arm, and burning away the sword qi that had invaded his body. Heh. Qi Jianxing's cold eyes flashed as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. A trivial separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator actually has such strength. Admirable. As he spoke, he pointed his long sword towards Yang Kai. You are the most powerful separation and reunion boundary cultivator I have ever seen. The purity of your yuan qi is no less than that of an ordinary yuan qi cultivator, even more so than mine. But, A poor background is a poor background. My 9-star sword sect's sword skills are infinitely powerful. How could someone like you possibly break them? His expression arrogant, his voice cold, Qi Jianxing said in a low voice, just now, I only used 70% of my strength. If I had used my full strength, how long would you have been able to resist? Holding his sword with both hands, Qi Jianxing's expression became dignified as his yuan qi burst forth and shouted, sword body, *zhang, *. A loud sword cry rang out as the long sword in his hand trembled incessantly. A sharp aura erupted from his body, his whole body like a peerless sword. The yuan qi around his body surged, and in an instant, his momentum reached its peak. His long hair fluttered in the wind as countless tiny short swords appeared around his body. Looking around, it was as if this person was being protected by 10,000 swords. The 9-star sword sect's sword skills were really mysterious. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming extremely serious. Qi Jianxing had obviously become angry from being punched just now, so he decided to use this so-called sword body martial skill. With the protection of the 10,000 swords condensed from his yuan qi, Qi Jianxing was now like a hedgehog. If Yang Kai wanted to hit him with his fist, he would have to hurt himself first. Being able to force me to use my sword body, you should be proud. Qi Jianxing stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he was looking down on all living beings. Saying so, step by step, he slowly walked over. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and quickly used his unyielding will. His separation and reunion boundary 7th stage aura instantly soared to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. When he was at the separation and reunion boundary 1st stage, Yang Kai could use his unyielding will to temporarily reach the peak of his strength, but now at the 7th stage, it was still the same. From this, it could be seen that the yuan qi boundary was a huge watershed for a cultivator. When the yuan qi in the body completely transformed into yuan qi, the improvement of a cultivator's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perceiving the rise in Yang Kai's aura, Qi Jianxing was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling and saying disdainfully, "Good, so you didn't use your full strength just now. But now you're only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, you're not my opponent. Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Yang Kai sneered, waving his hand and summoning another blood-red shield. Qi Jianxing's expression became cold. Just now he had suffered a loss from this shield, unable to break it even after attacking it for a long time. Now seeing Yang Kai easily condense another one, he was furious. He shouted angrily, "Watch me break your garbage shield, then I'll teach you a good lesson." His pace quickened, and he swung his sword. The yuan qi sword qi around his body shot out several times, fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged to the side. But the yuan qi sword qi was somewhat different from the previous one, actually able to follow Qi Jianxing's will. After hastily dodging 3 or 4 times, Qi Jianxing was already in front of Yang Kai. While laughing sinisterly, he used a powerful sword skill, fiercely chopping towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his shield to block, but with a boom, the shield shook a few times, almost unsteady. Qi Jianxing laughed loudly. One move after another, without a hair's breadth, coupled with the unpredictable yuan qi sword qi, Yang Kai was forced to flee in panic, complaining incessantly. In the battle, both of them had used up their yuan qi. Such a high-intensity battle of life and death was a heavy burden on any cultivator's body. Physical strength was secondary, the use of yuan qi was the most important issue. A powerful cultivator who was skilled in battle would carefully calculate every bit of yuan qi, and would use the least amount of effort to achieve the most damage. This was something that neither Yang Kai nor Qi Jianxing could do at the moment. Both of them had not reached that level of strength. Only by wantonly using yuan qi could they maintain their moves and momentum. In a short time, Yang Kai did not make a single move. He was always on the defense, but Qi Jianxing's killing intent was aroused. He kept ridiculing Yang Kai in the midst of his laughter, as if he was certain that he could defeat him. While dodging, Yang Kai seemed to be exhausted. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing such a good opportunity, how could Qi Jianxing miss it? The long sword in his hand cut horizontally, directly aiming for Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai hurriedly raised his shield to block, but Qi Jianxing was already prepared. His long sword shook in midair, changing from a sweep to a stab. Yang Kai's shield also reacted, suddenly stabbing downwards. Qi Jianxing sneered. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of calmness. Just as the shield was about to cut the long sword, the blood-red shield squirmed, and quickly shrank into the shape of a dagger. Qi Jianxing's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief as he watched the blood-red dagger cut through his long sword. With a crack, the long sword was directly broken. When he was in the initial element boundary, Yang Kai was able to destroy a common-grade defensive artifact with a weapon condensed from yang liquid. Now that his strength had reached the separation and reunion boundary, his yuan qi was even purer and richer. The long sword in Qi Jianxing's hand was just a weapon forged from fine steel, not even an artifact. How could it withstand such a cut? Yang Kai had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, his dagger dancing like a flower. With a light sound, the long sword in Qi Jianxing's hand broke into several pieces. If he had not retreated quickly, even the hand holding the sword would have been cut off. You! Qi Jianxing's eyes trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. Before, his sword was quite agile, so he would not use his long sword to meet Yang Kai head-on, so he did not have to worry about his weapon being damaged, but he did not expect that the defensive shield could actually change shape. In a moment of carelessness, his weapon was instantly destroyed. Without a long sword, the strength of a 9-star sword faction disciple was destined to be reduced. Now it's my turn. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression changing from one of weakness, his eyes overflowing with fighting spirit as he stared at Qi Jianxing with disdain. The latter suddenly realized that the other party was just acting just now. Even the shield that was shattered by him earlier was done on purpose to numb him and lower his guard. He had endured for so long just to destroy his long sword. What deep scheming! What incisive methods! For the first time, Qi Jianxing looked at Yang Kai seriously. But he was still not afraid. Throwing away the hilt in his hand, he proudly said, "Even if you don't have a weapon, so what? You are still not my opponent." Chapter 233. Without his long sword, Qi Jianxing could still use his finger to wield his sword. When one reached the Yuan Qi realm, he could naturally use this method, but the lethality was indeed reduced, about 90% of the power at his peak. Even with 10% less power, I can still easily defeat you. Qi Jianxing sneered again and again. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Yang Kai laughing and pushing out 2 palms. Beast spirit technique. After enduring for so long, he could finally show his full strength. Yang Kai was also somewhat impatient. White tiger seal, divine ox seal, 2 seals appeared at the same time. A tiger roar shook the sky, and a cow roar pierced the ear. Qi Jianxing's face suddenly changed. He saw 2 fierce-looking monster beasts pouncing towards him. These 2 monster beasts were vivid and lifelike, as if they were alive. Their fiery red bodies were extremely enchanting, and their scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qi Jianxing was shocked. How could he dare to be negligent? He put his 2 fingers together and turned them into a sword, the tip of his finger swallowing the sword. He shouted, "Thunder Rush Sword." A sword flashing with electric arcs shot out from the tip of his finger, hitting the body of one of the monster beast. The color of its body dimmed, but it did not stop it at all. Wind supporting sword. Qi Jianxing quickly retreated, his finger sword continuously swinging. All kinds of 9-star sword sect sword skills flew all over the sky, but still could not defeat the 2 monster beast. Seeing that they were about to pounce in front of him, Qi Jianxing bent his legs in horror and suddenly jumped up. Just as he jumped 1 jong high, a fierce murderous intent came from above his head. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai above him, smirking and throwing a punch at him. He actually predicted the enemy's move and blocked his retreat. In panic, Qi Jianxing gritted his teeth, pointed his finger to the sky, and 3 sword lights attacked. Yang Kai quickly threw out 3 punches, shattering all 3 sword waves, but this moment of delay allowed Qi Jianxing to twist his body and avoid hitting his vitals, allowing him to land a palm strike on Yang Kai's shoulder. It was accompanied by a scream. Qi Jianxing fell to the ground. At the critical moment of life and death, This outstanding disciple of the Nine-Star Sword School burst forth with unprecedented potential and fighting strength. His hands kept dancing, using profound sword skills to beat the two monster beasts that pounced on him until they were illusions and almost collapsed. The White Tiger and Divine Ox rushed over to bite Qi Jianxing, but they couldn't hurt him in the slightest. His sword was still on the outside. The surface of his body was protected by countless tiny sword rays. Every time the White Tiger and Divine Ox attacked, they would be neutralized by these sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the White Tiger and Divine Ox disappeared completely. After all, this was an attack condensed from Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. It only had the shape of a monster beast. Once its Yuan Qi was depleted, it would naturally cease to exist. He. Qi Jianxing laughed bitterly. Looking at Yang Kai triumphantly, in his mind, consuming a huge amount of Yuan Qi to condense such a monster beast was not worth the loss. With Yang Kai's separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivation, it was impossible for him to condense a second one, so it was better to leave the Yuan Qi for him to fight. But before his laughter faded, under Yang Kai's contemptuous gaze, another Divine Ox and Tiger rushed out, exactly the same as before. How is this possible? Qi Jianxing exclaimed. Even if I don't attack, this one move is enough to kill me. This move alone is more than enough to kill you. Yang Kai stared at Qi Jianxing coldly. Qi Jianxing's expression became gloomy. He knew that Yang Kai was not boasting. The two Yuan Qi monster beast were extremely difficult to deal with. His sword was already on the verge of collapse. If it was hit again, it would definitely collapse. The consumption of Yuan Qi was enormous. Qi Jianxing was no longer as arrogant as before. But I am different from you. I will not underestimate any opponent, so I will still attack. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai and the Divine Ox and Tiger attacked together, pouncing towards Qi Jianxing. The latter naturally would not sit still and roared. His finger sword danced again. This time, no matter who it was, no one held back, all of them using their full strength. Any negligence could lead to irreparable consequences. The battle was extremely fierce and extremely dangerous. The two monster beasts were once again defeated. Yang Kai was also hit by two of Qi Jianxing's finger swords, almost having his body pierced, blood flowing from the wounds and staining his clothes red. Qi Jianxing was in an even worse state. Fighting 1 against 3, his sword had been completely destroyed, and his true essence was almost completely depleted. He panted heavily, one arm hanging by his side. His forearm was badly mutilated, and there were bite marks everywhere. These were all bites from the White Tiger. His chest was caved in, and several of his ribs were broken. This injury was caused by the Divine Ox's charge. The horn in front of the Divine Ox's head almost pierced through him. The two looked at each other from a distance of more than 10 feet. Yang Kai's eyes were cold, while Qi Jianxing's face was twitching. Although he could not believe that he was defeated by a separation and reunion cultivator, he had no choice but to accept the fact. The shame and unwillingness made him almost crazy. Yang Kai did not kill him. The Yuan Qi cultivator's desperate counterattack before his death made him a little afraid. He was waiting for Qi Jianxing's momentum to weaken. Qi Jianxing did not have the slightest trace of worry. He was still laughing coldly. After a few breaths, he said with a gloomy expression, "I admit, you are indeed very strong, stronger than the average Yuan Qi cultivator. But even if you beat me, so what? I am a Yuan Qi cultivator. You can't kill me. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." Laughing heartily, Qi Jianxing stamped his feet on the ground and leapt up 300 meters into the air, his body swaying as he hovered in mid-air, one hand dangling by his side, the other clutching the wound on his chest. Looking down at Kai Yang, his face filled with pride, this is the biggest difference between the true element boundary and the separation and reunion boundary. I can fly in the air, but you can't, so I can leave at any time. While speaking, Qi Jianxing vomited a mouthful of blood. He stretched out his hand and wiped it with difficulty. He looked at Yang Kai crazily and said in a low voice, "I will remember today's shame. The next time we meet, I will take your dog life. You better pray that you can live until that day." After saying that, he narrowed his eyes, as if he wanted to deeply imprint Yang Kai's face in his eyes. Below, Yang Kai looked indifferent. He looked at Qi Jianxing indifferently. A moment later, Qi Jianxing turned around and staggered away in the air with a heart full of hatred and humiliation. This hatred, I will definitely get my revenge, Qi Jianxing swore in his heart. After flying for less than 300 feet, he suddenly felt a heat behind him. Immediately, a cold voice sounded behind him, "You think you can escape?" Qi Jianxing's face suddenly changed. In an instant, he was scared out of his wits. Hurriedly turning his head, he saw the High Heaven Pavilion disciple chasing after him. But behind him, there was a pair of dazzling and burning huge wings. The wings flapped like a giant peng, insufferably arrogant. "You!" Qi Jianxing was inexplicably horrified. He had never thought that a cultivator could grow wings on his back. He only spat out one syllable. Yang Kai quickly rushed in front of him. His palm pressed against Qi Jianxing's abdomen, then stretched out a big hand, grabbed Qi Jianxing's neck, and rushed to the ground like lightning. Close at hand, Qi Jianxing saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, cold and without the slightest emotion. Sure, the two figures streaked across the sky like meteors, and in the blink of an eye, they hit the ground. They were still about 10 feet away from the ground. Yang Kai used all his strength. He ruthlessly threw Qi Jianxing to the ground, but he himself suddenly stopped. Peng! Dust flew as Qi Jianxing's body collided with the ground. A small crater was directly smashed into the ground, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Like a ragged sack, Qi Jianxing rolled for a long time. Only then did he gradually stop. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he saw Yang Kai flapping his wings and slowly approaching him. Flying close, Yang Kai retracted his wings and landed on the ground. Walking in front of Qi Jianxing, he looked at him indifferently, just like Qi Jianxing had looked down on him a moment ago. His heart was dead. Qi Jianxing's last resort, which he was so proud of, was in front of Yang Kai. It couldn't play any role at all. "You're not dead yet, worthy of being a Yuan Qi expert," Yang Kai coldly ridiculed, raised his foot, and stepped on Qi Jianxing's neck. "Don't kill me." Qi Jianxing struggled while coughing, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Don't you want to learn the sword skills of the 9-star sword sect? I can teach you, whatever you want to learn. I'll teach you. I'm also considered a rising star in the 9-star sword sect. I've come into contact with many profound sword skills. Cough cough. No need, I don't believe you." Yang Kai looked indifferent. The sword skills of the 9-star sword sect indeed made Yang Kai jealous, but Yang Kai didn't believe that Qi Jianxing would really teach him, with this person's personality and means. Once he recovered his Yuan Qi, it would definitely be a variable. So he couldn't let him live. Hearing this, Qi Jianxing's gloomy expression became more and more defeated. "Why do you want to become enemies with my 9-star sword sect? If you kill me, cough cough, my eldest brother will be the first to know. He won't let you go. With his strength, you won't be able to resist." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he coldly said, "Wu Chengyi? You don't need to worry, even if he doesn't come looking for me, I will find him myself. You really want to be so ruthless, it's you who want to kill me." Yang Kai sneered, not wanting to waste any more words, his foot slamming down as his Yuan Qi burst forth. With a cracking sound, Qi Jianxing's neck broke, his head falling limply to the side, no longer showing any signs of life. The moment Qi Jianxing died, Wu Chengyi, who was a few dozen kilometers away, suddenly frowned and stared into the distance with a surprised expression. The 3 Ghost King Valley disciples could use a special method to sense each other's location and life, so could the disciples of the 9-star sword sect. However, what Wu Chengyi couldn't understand was how Qi Jianxing had died. Could it be that he had encountered those people from Tianlang dynasty? If not, with his Yuan Qi 3rd stage cultivation, there was no reason for him to die so tragically. Wu Chengyi's face showed a pained expression. He didn't really care about Qi Jianxing's life or death, but because Qi Jianxing had a precious treasure on him. It was something his senior brothers had obtained in that isolated world and had been assigned to him. As far as Wu Chengyi knew, Qi Jianxing had never been willing to use it. Brother Wu, what's wrong? A raging flame temple cultivator saw Wu Chengyi's dignified expression and couldn't help asking nervously, "Is there someone from Tianlang dynasty nearby?" "It's possible." Wu Chengyi calmed his expression and whispered, "We need to speed up and try to find a safe place to hide." Hearing him say this, everyone's expression changed slightly, their movements becoming more and more cautious. These past few months, they had suffered a lot at the hands of those Tianlang dynasty disciples. Chapter 234. After Qi Jianxing died, it didn't take long for a blood bead to condense. It was about the same size as the blood bead from the Ghost King Valley. After all, they were both young cultivators in the Yuan Qi realm, so the gap in strength was not very big. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he put away the blood bead, then searched Qi Jianxing's body. After a while, he found several blood beads of different sizes, which should be Qi Jianxing's spoils from the previous battle, but he didn't use them. In addition, there were some silver notes and a green bottle. These were all his gains. Putting everything into his universe bag, Yang Kai quickly left the scene. Half a day later, in the belly of a mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took a few healing pills. He also changed his blood-stained clothes to get rid of any possible smell of blood. The cave he was hiding in was something he had dug out himself. After learning that the Tianlang dynasty people could enslave monster beasts to fight for them, Yang Kai knew that he had to be more careful in the future. Digging out a cave, hiding in it to heal himself, and then sealing the entrance to the cave would allow him to avoid any possible troubles. The battle with Qi Jianxing, the injuries were not light, but also not heavy. Yang Kai's current strength and recovery ability were much stronger than before, so it would only take a few days for him to fully recover, not to mention with the help of the healing pills. In just 3 days, the 3 bloody holes on his body were no longer a problem. Although they were not completely healed, they would not bleed anymore. In these 3 days, Yang Kai had been recalling the battle with Qi Jianxing, his arrogance and loss, his own caution, looking for other people's shortcomings, and reflecting on himself. What a harvest! After opening his eyes, his body was filled with joy. Fighting with all his strength made him feel happy. The yang liquid in the dantian needed to be replenished a little. Fortunately, Grandmaster Ling Tai-Shu left a few bottles of yang attribute pills in his universe bag, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about it. After swallowing a whole bottle, the yang liquid in the dantian increased by a dozen drops. After the yuan qi was purified, the amount of energy required to condense a drop of yang liquid had become much more than before, which was a good thing. After thinking about it, Yang Kai swallowed the remaining few bottles of yang attribute pills. Finally, the amount of yang liquid he had was greatly increased. He searched through the cosmos sack. Yang Kai took out a green bottle. This bottle was found on Qi Jianxing's body, but he didn't know what was inside. When he opened the lid of the bottle, a scorching heat instantly assaulted him. This made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He could clearly feel that the energy contained in this bottle was extremely pure and rich, although it was somewhat similar to the energy in his own yang attribute yuan qi. However, it was not the same. Lowering his head, Yang Kai saw a glass-like liquid in the bottle, which was the color of flames. Not much, only 4 or 5 drops. Qi Jianxing did not have anything on him except for this bottle of liquid. He treated it like a treasure, so its value was definitely not low. But what exactly was this thing? Yang Kai observed left and right, sniffing here and there, secretly guessing. He was extremely curious. Old demon. Yang Kai called out. Yes, this old servant is here. The old demon responded in a rather flattering manner. Look at this thing, do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked. The old demon couldn't help but cough a few times awkwardly. Forget it. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as day, knowing that old demon must have become stupid again. The old demon's memory was chaotic, sometimes it could be of great use, and sometimes it was completely useless. Yang Kai was already used to this. If the old demon really recognized this thing, he would have jumped out to prove his knowledge. Why would he wait for Yang Kai to ask? After sniffing for a while, Yang Kai felt that this thing should not be poisonous, so he discussed it with the old demon for a while. He also thought the same. But Yang Kai was still a little worried, so he rushed out of his seclusion. After searching for a long time, he finally found a lone fourth-grade monster beast. Without any explanation, he beat the monster beast until it fainted, then he brought it back to the cave. On the way back, Yang Kai picked a stalk of withered grass, carefully dipped it in the liquid in the bottle, and then put it into the monster beast's mouth. He quietly waited and observed. Not long after, the demonic beast let out an incomparably mournful howl as if it had been poisoned. Its entire body twitched incessantly as white foam came out of its mouth. Its body flickered between light and darkness. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, secretly thinking that it was fortunate that he didn't take the risk just now, otherwise he might not even know how he died. Just as Yang Kai thought so, the fourth-grade monster beast suddenly emitted a surge of energy, and then it suddenly broke free from Yang Kai's restraints, full of vigor, and fiercely fought with Yang Kai in the cave. In this state, it didn't look like it had been poisoned at all. After a long fierce battle, Yang Kai died of anger. Looking at the monster beast's corpse in a daze, Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Before he brought it back, it was clearly just a fourth-grade monster beast, and he could easily knock it out, but why did he feel that it was much stronger just now? It seemed to have the strength of a fifth-grade monster beast. Just as he was puzzling, a blood bead quietly formed. Yang Kai looked at it, and was stunned for a long time. His expression was uncertain, and he couldn't help but curse. "Young master, calm down." The old demon hurriedly comforted him. The reason for Yang Kai's anger was none other than the fact that he had already guessed what was inside this green bottle. The evidence was the blood bead condensed after the monster beast's death. This blood bead was the size of a little thumbnail. Although it was not as big as the blood bead of a fifth-grade monster beast, it was much bigger than the blood bead of a fourth-grade monster beast. To be able to make a fourth-grade monster beast grow to a level close to fifth grade in such a short time, the liquid in the bottle was clearly a kind of treasure. Combining it with what he heard half a year ago, and comparing the shape and color of the liquid in the bottle, Yang Kai's face was full of annoyance. Brilliant flame liquid. It was a natural treasure that could refine Yuan Qi. It could make Yuan Qi purer and more outstanding. In this world, there were not many things that could refine a cultivator's Yuan Qi, so every kind was priceless. For example, the 9th yin yuan condensing dew was a high-end existence. And this brilliant flame liquid was the same. Previously, when he heard the reflecting moon sect's elder Zhuo Wen mention the brilliant flame liquid by the lake, Yang Kai wasn't too tempted, because he already had the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, so there was no need to be greedy. But now, he had coincidentally obtained the brilliant flame liquid. The situation was different. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew could be used when he was advancing to Yuan Qi. The brilliant flame liquid could be used now, and the effect would definitely be better if he used both at the same time. Unfortunately, such a treasure was divided into half a drop by a monster beast. Yang Kai's heart ached, his liver ached, his lungs ached. Every part of his body ached. Things had already reached this point. It was useless to be upset. While lamenting the good luck of this person from the 9-star sword sect, he sat down cross-legged. Carefully taking a drop of the brilliant flame liquid from the bottle, Yang Kai quickly closed his eyes and drank it. Eyes to nose to heart, enter meditation. Circulating the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation spread from his abdomen. People who cultivated yang or fire techniques would generally not have this kind of feeling. From this, it could be seen how hot the energy contained in the brilliant flame liquid was. At first, the burning sensation was not very strong, but as time passed, Yang Kai soon felt a burning sensation like he was in a furnace. His whole body was steaming hot, and the new clothes he had just changed into were instantly drenched in sweat. This intense burning sensation first stayed in his lower abdomen for a moment, and then it was immediately guided by the true yang tactics. From all directions, it poured into his limbs and bones. His meridians were in severe pain. Yang Kai firmly clenched his teeth, not daring to relax in the slightest, and the secret arts circulated faster and faster. This heat was like a flame that could burn through the sky, like a magma that could incinerate the earth. While flowing in his meridians, It also burned the yuan qi in Yang Kai's meridians. After a few circulations, Yang Kai suddenly found that his yuan qi had been compressed and purified to the limit. It had become even purer. His spirit shook, and he concentrated even more. A moment later, the yuan qi in his meridians reached its limit again, and could no longer be purified. Yang Kai used his mind to guide the energy contained in the brilliant flame liquid, immersing it in the dantian. Inside the dantian, there were nearly 100 drops of yang liquid that could be burned. Time passed slowly. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils overflowing with light, and involuntarily sucked in a deep breath, refreshing. With a single drop of brilliant flame liquid, Yang Kai's yuan qi was once again refined, reducing the 100 drops of yang liquid by more than a dozen, but the energy contained in each drop was much more than before. Not only had his yuan qi undergone a change, but even his meridians and physique had undergone some subtle changes. His meridians had become tougher and wider, his physique had become firmer, and every inch of his skin, every cell, was rejuvenated, from the inside out. His original separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivation had been greatly consolidated, and he was not far from breaking through to separation and reunion 8th stage. This was the effect of tempering his yuan qi. Sometimes, when breaking through, increasing the energy in the body was not the only way. Old demon, if I were to take another drop of brilliant flame liquid, would I be able to directly break through? Yang Kai was eager to try. Although the old demon was sometimes unreliable, he had now given him valuable experience. It's probably useless. Being able to refine young master's yuan qi to this extent is already the greatest effect of this kind of precious treasure. This kind of thing is not something that the more you take, the better the effect. If you want to refine your yuan qi again, you'll need to find a better and higher grade treasure. I think so too. Yang Kai put away his thoughts and solemnly stuffed the small green bottle into his universe bag. Where did the 9-star sword sect people find this brilliant flame liquid? Qi Jianxing had a few drops, so what about Wu Chengyi? He probably had even more on him, right? Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. Wu Chengyi had sent Qi Jianxing to hunt him down, so how could Yang Kai let him off so easily? There was already enmity between them, and now that he knew the other party had such a precious treasure, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't have ideas about him. However, Wu Chengyi's strength was too strong, and he was also the temporary leader of that group of cultivators. If Yang Kai really wanted to offend him, he would not have a good ending, so this matter could only be dealt with slowly. Tidying up his mood, Yang Kai broke out of seclusion. For the next month, Yang Kai hunted monster beast in this isolated world. During this 1 month of wandering, Yang Kai had not encountered anyone else, but the number of monster beasts he had found was few and far between. It seemed that things were indeed as Chen Xueshu had told him. Most of the monster beasts in this isolated world had been enslaved by the people of Tianlang dynasty. Chapter 235. After a month of training, Yang Kai's harvest was very little. He couldn't kill many monster beasts, so naturally, he didn't obtain any blood orbs, but this was secondary. The key point was that the monster beast he encountered was too weak. A rank 4 monster beast couldn't withstand more than a few moves in front of Yang Kai, and the weaker rank 5 monster beast was also somewhat insufficient. Without experiencing a difficult battle, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his own foundation. Yang Kai thirsted for blood and the baptism of strong enemies. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. During this month, Yang Kai inadvertently discovered another use of the Beast Soul skill. The Beast Soul skill that he obtained from the 2 tyrannical monster beasts' remnant thoughts wasn't just for attack. However, Yang Kai himself was still in the process of exploring this use, and had yet to perfect it. On this day, after Yang Kai killed 3 rank 4 monster beast, in a certain forest 30 miles away, a woman suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of coldness and surprise flashed through her eyes. This woman's dress and facial features were slightly different from the big man's. She was one of the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivators. She wasn't ugly, and could even be said to be very beautiful. But for some reason, this woman gave people a very strange feeling, like a beautiful snake that hid but didn't attack, and at any time, it would use its venomous fangs to bite people and kill them. No matter who saw her, they wouldn't dare to look down on her. Her clothes were rather revealing. Her jade-like arms were exposed, and the tight short top on her upper body couldn't hide her impressive figure. When she raised her hands, her flat stomach and exquisite navel were revealed without a doubt. Her lower body was even more simple, with short shorts that reached her hips. Her two slender, beautiful legs were exposed just like that. She looked in the direction of Yang Kai, and the corner of her mouth held a faint, cold smile. She slowly stood up, her exquisite and petite body full of incomparable explosive power. When she stood up, the two people standing behind her quietly took a few steps back, and stared at the back of this Qianlang Kingdom woman, their eyes full of fear and resentment. These two people were a man and a woman. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be surprised because these two were actually Ghost King Valley disciples. Jin Hao and Lung Shan. The two Ghost King Valley disciples stared at the Qianlang dynasty woman at this moment, and as they stared, their yuan qi involuntarily surged as murderous intent flashed across their eyes. Roar! At this time, dozens of monster beasts around them suddenly bared their fangs and roared at Jin Hao and Lung Shan, mixed with a warning. The woman from the Qianlang dynasty slowly turned around and gave Jin Hao and Lung Shan a meaningful look. The two of them couldn't help but tremble. He quickly withdrew his killing intent and yuan qi. You can't kill me. The Qianlang dynasty woman's name was Zimo. Jin Hao and Lung Shan had been by her side for 1 to 2 months, but this was the only information they knew about her. Zimo coldly snorted, only this once, if you dare try anything funny again, I'll kill you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Although Jin Hao and Lung Shan's eyes were full of humiliation, they didn't dare act presumptuously. Jin Hao quickly bowed his head and said, subordinate and junior sister don't dare. Please rest assured, young lady Z. Zemo stared at him deeply for a moment before smiling. You should be thankful that you fell into my hands. If you had accidentally fallen into the hands of my two brother and senior sister, I'm afraid you'd already be dead. Saying so, Zemo slowly stepped forward, her willowy waist swaying gently as a faint smile appeared on her face. Jin Hao quietly glanced up and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Zemo's figure was amazing. Her dress was so bold and unrestrained, completely different from the women of the Great Han dynasty. Although they had been together for many days, every time he looked at her, it gave him a strange sense of excitement, especially that flat stomach and exquisite navel, which were a huge attraction to the hot-blooded Jin Hao. He often fantasized about it. If he could strip this seductive woman naked, ruthlessly ravage her, taste her beauty, listen to her beg for mercy and scream, how happy would that be? But Jin Hao only dared to think about it. In front of Zemo, he didn't dare have any crooked thoughts. This woman from the Qianlang dynasty. He was a master who killed without batting an eyelid. Compared to the disciples of Ghost King Valley, she was even crueler and bloodier. Zemo walked up to Lung Shan and stood in front of her, still smiling. Lung Shan's face showed an unnatural look of disgust, her body couldn't help trembling, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Zemo chuckled and stretched out her jade-like hand, lifting Lung Shan's delicate chin and staring at her thin red lips. In the next moment, she suddenly leaned forward and pressed her lips against Lung Shan's. Jin Hao took a deep breath and silently bent his body, quietly sticking out his buttocks, feeling his blood boil. The sound of sucking came, and Lung Shan's powerless resistance only aroused Zemo's interest. With a chuckle, Zemo stretched out her hand and plunged it into Lung Shan's clothes, groping around. Jin Hao's eyes turned red with envy. Lung Shan's status in the sect was very high, even he didn't dare to be presumptuous with her, but these days, she was being tasted by another woman. That snake-like tongue probed into her mouth, that full chest was kneaded out of shape, and that perky round buttocks were covered by a slender jade hand, constantly changing shape in front of his eyes. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Jin Hao had seen it at least 7 or 8 times, and every time it made him burn with desire, it was unbearable. Lung Shan's powerless resistance turned into submission. The two women's breaths slowly became rapid, and the sound of their heartbeats could be heard, causing one's imagination to run wild. Jin Hao forced himself to turn his head. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. After a long time, Zemo released Lung Shan and the two women's lips parted, a crystal clear line connecting their lips. Lung Shan's chest rose and fell violently, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Zemo giggled and reached out to wipe them away, as gentle as a lover. Do you want to have her like I do? Zemo suddenly turned her head and looked at Jin Hao with a smile. Ah! Jin Hao stared blankly, a puzzled look on his face. Zemo pursed her lips. You like your junior sister, right? Jin Hao glanced at Lung Shan and nodded. I can give you a chance. Zemo looked at Jin Hao meaningfully. Let's see if you can grasp it. Jin Hao's face was filled with struggle and pain, but Zemo wasn't in a hurry and just looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. She knew Jin Hao wouldn't refuse her proposal because he wasn't a gentleman. Sure enough, a moment later, Jin Hao suddenly knelt on the ground and sincerely said, "This subordinate is willing to sincerely pledge his allegiance to young lady. From now on, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire to fulfill young lady's orders." Hee hee. Zemo laughed and nodded slightly. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. I like smart people. Brother. Lung Shan's expression suddenly became cold as she gloomily stared at Jin Hao. Jin Hao's expression became awkward. Junior sister, you and I can live or die at young lady's whim. Why should we resist? Young lady is benevolent and righteous and is willing to give us a chance. If we follow her wishes, we can live. Lung Shan looked at Jin Hao with disgust and no longer said anything, slowly closing her eyes. Zemo chuckled and retreated to a nearby tree, half leaning against the trunk, her expression languid and flirtatious as she whispered, "Go and help me catch someone. After completing this task, your junior sister will be at your disposal. You can do whatever you want with her." Hearing this, Lung Shan's expression changed while Jin Hao's face filled with excitement. "If you're fast enough, efficient enough, and don't let me wait too long." Zemo stuck out her red tongue and licked her lips. "Let me accompany you this one time. Young lady, I like both men and women." Jin Hao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be able to play with his junior sister, and also to have sex with the Tianlang dynasty's enchanting women, a dragon with two phoenixes, what a dream. Jin Hao immediately became excited and excitedly said, "Please instruct me, young lady." Zemo's expression became serious as she pointed in a certain direction. "You need to go 30 kilometers from here. Your target is here, so you need to move quickly. If you're too slow, you may not be able to catch up." Jin Hao's brow wrinkled. "May I ask, young lady, how many people are there?" "There should only be one," Zemo replied confidently. "One." Jin Hao's expression changed slightly. To be able to survive until now, his strength is certainly not weak. "Young lady, I would like to go with my junior sister. Please allow me." Zemo giggled. "Your junior sister must stay behind, so she can't accompany you, but I can send a few monster beasts to accompany you. 3 fifth-order monster beasts should be enough, right?" Jin Hao's expression became bitter, knowing that the other party still didn't trust him. 3 fifth-order monster beasts were more than enough to kill him. Rather than saying that these monster beasts were here to support him, it would be better to say that they were here to monitor him. "That's enough." Jin Hao didn't dare show any dissatisfaction and quickly nodded. "Go, remember, your junior sister is waiting for you to return. I will also be waiting." Zemo winked at Jin Hao. "Yes." Jin Hao got up and flew off in the direction Zemo had indicated. The 3 fifth-order monster beast quickly followed. Although they were all 5th-order monster beast, there was still a difference in strength between them. While flying, Jin Hao looked back and saw the appearance of the 3 monster beasts and couldn't help cursing them in his heart. If they were just 3 ordinary 5th-order monster beasts, Jin Hao could still deal with them, but these 3 were average 5th-order monster beast, each of them equivalent to the 5th or 6th stage of Yuan Qi boundary, so how could he dare to act rashly? At this moment, he could only do his best to complete the task Zemo had given him. Jin Hao's speed was very fast, and with Lung Shan and Zemo's tender bodies in his mind, he arrived at his destination in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Restraining his aura, Yang Kai glanced around but didn't find any trace of them, only some powder left behind. This powder was the remains of the monster beast after it died. The three monster beasts that had followed him ran to the side and sniffed, then immediately chased in a certain direction. Jin Hao also hurriedly followed. After chasing for half an hour or so, the three fifth-order monster beast suddenly stopped, a ferocious expression on its face as it looked towards a certain part of the jungle. Jin Hao landed on the ground, his eyes cold as he stared at the dense forest, lightly shouting, "Which friend is here? Please show yourself." Chapter 236. As soon as Jin Hao's voice fell, a figure emerged from the darkness of the jungle. Seeing the other party appear so fearlessly, Jin Hao couldn't help tensing up, his expression solemn as he secretly raised his guard. He thought that, as he had guessed before, he had encountered some kind of master. However, when this person's appearance appeared in front of Jin Hao's eyes, his expression suddenly became one of disbelief, his pupils shrinking. Yang Kai simply sneered at him, but in fact, he was also feeling helpless. The other party had identified his hiding place at a glance, so what was the point of continuing to hide? Instead of letting him force him out, he might as well come out on his own. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, instantly understanding many things. "It's you!" Jin Hao cried out. How could you, still alive?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yes, how could you still be alive?" Jin Hao's voice sank. More than half a year ago, 3 Ghost King Valley disciples had chased after Yang Kai. Yu Cheng Kuan was the fastest, chasing after Yang Kai, followed by Jin Hao and Lung Shan, but when the two of them reached a cliff, they sensed Yu Cheng Kuan's death. At that time, Jin Hao thought that Yang Kai had dragged Yu Cheng Kuan down the cliff and perished together, but he hadn't expected to meet him again more than half a year later. This time, this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not only alive but also much stronger than he had been half a year ago. "Why can't I be alive?" Yang Kai sneered. "Didn't you fall off that cliff?" Jin Hao thought of a possibility. "I did, but I climbed back up. By the way, your junior brother wasn't so lucky, he fell to the bottom of the cliff and turned into a pile of meat paste, dying a tragic death." Yang Kai raised his brow. The original intention of these words was to disturb Jin Hao's mind and anger him, but what Yang Kai hadn't expected was that Jin Hao remained indifferent. He just sneered at himself. If it was half a year ago, Jin Hao would have been really angry, but now, his own life is in the hands of others. He is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, how can he have the leisure to worry about others? Perceiving Jin Hao's indifference, Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at the 3 fifth-order monster beasts nearby. He said disdainfully, "So you've already abandoned your own sect. The few people who have defected to the Tianlang dynasty. These 3 level 5 monster beasts were not of the same species, so they were able to coexist peacefully. Furthermore, they were hostile towards him. It was obvious that someone had enslaved them. Jin Hao doesn't have this ability, only the people from Tianlang dynasty can enslave the monster beast." "What do you know?" Jin Hao was somewhat angry. Yelling at Yang Kai, he shouted, "You don't know anything, so stop spouting nonsense here and judging me for who I am. If you have the time, you should take care of yourself first." With a wave of his hand, Jin Hao ordered, "Kill him." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he vigilantly stared at the 3 rank 5 monster beast. Who would have thought that the 3 monster beast would only continue to threaten Yang Kai, but did not listen to Jin Hao's order to kill him? "Damn, smelly bitch." Jin Hao couldn't help but curse. Zemo let the 3 monster beast follow him, but they don't listen to his orders. What use is there for them? Ha 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 ha. Seeing this funny scene, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jin Hao's face turned red and blue, as if he had opened a dye house. Yang Kai's ridicule, coupled with his current situation, made him completely annoyed. His fists crackled as he smirked at Yang Kai. "Laugh, laugh. You won't have a chance to laugh in the future." While speaking, the 2 white ghost claws emitted a cold wind, giving off a bone-piercing chill. Like the wind, Jin Hao pounced towards Yang Kai. His ghost claws swept across. Bringing with it a dim light, an unbearable cold aura filled Yang Kai's body, constantly eroding his insides. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he urged his Yuan Qi to resist the other party's erosion while parrying the other party's attacks. The gap between their realms was quite large. Jin Hao's strength was around Yuan Qi 5th stage, which was 2 realms higher than Qi Jianxing, but if one really wanted to compare, the two's combat effectiveness was almost the same. After all, their backgrounds were different. Qi Jianxing came from a first-class sect like the 9-Star Sword School, while Jin Hao came from a second-class sect like Ghost King Valley. Therefore, even though Yang Kai seemed to be at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. In the past month or so, he had grown quite a bit. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was the 3 rank 5 monster beasts. Each of these monster beasts' strength was extraordinary, so if they all rushed at him, his only option was to escape. But after fighting for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that these 3 monster beasts were just watching from the sidelines, not intending to intervene at all. Seeing this, Yang Kai's courage increased, and his strength slowly increased until it reached the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. Jin Hao's attacks were ruthless and fierce, releasing all the anger he had accumulated over the past month. He had completely forgotten the task Zemo had given him, which was to capture Yang Kai and bring him back. He put on a look of determination that he would not give up until he killed Yang Kai. Gaining the upper hand, in just half a cup of tea's time, Jin Hao had already left more than a dozen wounds on Yang Kai's body. Although they were not enough to damage his muscles and bones, they still caused him to bleed a lot. Heh, boy, you will die today. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jin Hao still had the strength to show off, sneering. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and punched out, taking advantage of Jin Hao's defensive state to quickly retreat. Suddenly, he raised his palms and slammed them towards the middle. 2 soul-stirring energy fluctuations surged out. Sensing the killing intent behind this move, Jin Hao also readied himself. A tiger's roar and a cow's mooing sound rang out as Yang Kai displayed his beast soul skill. As the 2 palms pushed out, 2 fiery red and lifelike silhouettes rushed out like lightning. Jin Hao's complexion changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated. Facing the 2 monster beasts' attacks, he no longer dared to hold back, pushing his Yuan Qi to the limit as he repeatedly used his killing moves. Yang Kai secretly cursed as he joined forces with the 2 beast souls to attack. Although the beast soul skill was successfully displayed, it was not what Yang Kai wanted. During this month, he had discovered another way to use the beast soul skill. He had hoped to succeed in one fell swoop against Jin Hao, but unexpectedly, the heavens did not grant him his wish, so he could only give up. Jin Hao was worthy of being a Yuan Qi 5th stage master. Yang Kai and the 2 beast souls joined forces to fight, but they were only able to turn the tables and fight evenly. A moment later, the 2 beast souls ran out of energy and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this opportunity, Jin Hao hurriedly rushed forward and grinned, "Boy, you're dead." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he once again raised his palms. Seeing this familiar action, Jin Hao was shocked. He didn't want to face the 2 fleshless but extremely difficult to deal with beast souls again. So he decided to use all of his trump cards. A ghostly howl rang out. A stream of black gas suddenly shot out from Jin Hao's palm, and a distorted face roared ferociously, mixed with a sky-piercing murderous aura. Like an evil spirit, it rushed towards Yang Kai. This was a familiar scene. When Yu Chengkuan and Yang Kai both fell off the cliff at the same time, the latter had also used this move. Seeing this face, Yang Kai was not surprised, but delighted. He had been looking forward to Jin Hao using this move, but he had not expected it would not happen until now. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai did not move at all. His body was steady as if he did not see it. Clapping and pushing his palms, the 2 energies in the center of his palms magically merged into one. There was no white tiger, no divine ox, and no beast roar, only a dim light shot out. Jin Hao moved his body to the side. He easily dodged it. This dim light instantly drilled into the body of a 5th-order monster beast behind Jin Hao. There was no ripple. Success. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Jin Hao was furious and shouted, "Stinky boy, you deliberately mystifying things, do you want to scare me?" Just now, he had suffered a loss at the hands of 2 beast phantoms, so after seeing Yang Kai assume such a powerful stance, he had even resorted to using his trump card, but he hadn't expected that his opponent would only be all bark and no bite. There was no trace of the beast souls at all. How could he not be angry? As soon as his voice fell, Jin Hao's mind suddenly shook. A severe pain came from his head, and his face suddenly turned pale. His yuan qi also became chaotic, and he retreated with a look of horror. Looking at Yang Kai in shock, You were hit by the Ghost King seal, how can you be okay? At that moment, Jin Hao clearly felt that his Ghost King seal had disappeared. Just like when Yu Cheng Kuan suffered a backlash, Jin Hao also suffered a heavy backlash at this moment. Heh, this time you're dead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and grinned. How could you dissolve the Ghost King seal? Jin Hao's face was full of horror, but he did not know that inside Yang Kai's body, the old demon was eating happily at this moment. The Ghost King seal, to put it bluntly, was a wisp of resentful soul. It was fed by the Ghost King Valley's disciples with yuan qi and blood essence. It was a delicious meal for the old demon. When you go to hell, ask your junior brother, he also died like this. Saying so, Yang Kai opened his hand and condensed a drop of yang liquid into a blood-red sword. The other party's martial arts were incomparably sharp, and the pair of ghostly white claws were as hard as iron, not inferior to a common grade high-rank artifact in terms of strength and sharpness. To deal with such an enemy, using yang liquid as a weapon was the best choice. Although Jin Hao still had the strength to fight, the inexplicable disappearance of the Ghost King seal shocked him, and he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai, hurriedly retreating. But just as he retreated 3 steps, a murderous intent suddenly appeared behind him. Jin Hao's face suddenly changed, and before he had time to turn around, he smelled a fishy wind and immediately felt a sharp pain in his neck. Falling to the ground, Jin Hao struggled to resist, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw the monster beast that followed him tearing at his flesh. His heart sank to the bottom, and he roared to the sky, Zemo, you stinking whore. He thought it was Zemo who wanted to kill him. Between life and death, Jin Hao erupted with all his strength and finally got rid of the 5th-order monster beast's bite. Awkwardly standing up, he felt his neck was badly mangled and blood was constantly flowing out. Just as he stood firmly, Yang Kai arrived with his sword. The blood-red sword chopped down on his head, but Jin Hao quickly raised his hands to block. His white hands were really strong, and even if he was hit by the sword, there was only a small crack, not a cut. In a flash, the 5th-order monster beast rushed back, and together with Yang Kai attacked Jin Hao from both sides. Jin Hao's soul was damaged, and his body was seriously injured, so how could he still be Yang Kai's opponent? Chapter 237. In just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai's sword had cut off Jin Hao's pair of ghost claws. Having lost his most important pair of hands, Jin Hao no longer had the ability to resist and could only flee in panic. Unable to even fly, he was killed by Yang Kai and the 5th-order monster beast. When Jin Hao died, the other 2 monster beasts who had been watching from the side seemed to have received some kind of order and fled together. Yang Kai had been vigilant of their movements from beginning to end. He knew that they were the slaves of the Tianlang dynasty's cultivator. Although he wanted to kill them, their speed was too fast. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with them in a short time. In order to prevent any unexpected changes, he could only let them go. Lightly gasping for breath, Yang Kai looked at the rank 5 monster beast standing to the side. His slightly wrinkled eyebrows gradually relaxed and a touch of joy appeared on his face. This battle was even easier than the battle with the disciple of the 9-star sword school. The existence of the old demon and the rank 5 monster beast's betrayal were the key to Jin Hao's death. Even if Jin Hao died, he still wouldn't understand why the monster beast he brought would attack him. The root of everything was the beast soul skill. This was also a method that Yang Kai had unintentionally discovered. A few days ago, he encountered a rank 5 monster beast. Originally, he just wanted to use the beast soul skill to summon 2 beast souls to help. However, for some unknown reason, the 2 beast souls unexpectedly merged into one and turned into a faint light that entered the rank 5 monster beast's body. Then, the rank 5 monster beast actually obeyed Yang Kai's command. This unintentional discovery made Yang Kai somewhat ecstatic. Recently, he had been exploring the mysteries of this method, but he still couldn't figure out the main points. Even when he used this technique, it sometimes didn't work and often caused some mishaps. Moreover, the number of monster beasts he encountered was getting fewer and fewer. This made him feel quite regretful that he didn't have many test subjects. However, he had already thought of a name for this technique. The combination of the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal formed a martial skill called the beast slave seal. Separately, he could summon 2 beast souls to help him, and together, he could form a new martial technique. In the battle with Jin Hao, the beast slave seal played a huge role. If it wasn't for the rank 5 monster beast sneak attack at the last moment, with Jin Hao's means and strength, he would have most likely escaped. If this move was used well, it would definitely be much more powerful than the white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Although the attacks of the 2 beast souls were extraordinary, their overall strength was still somewhat weak. Their combined combat power was only equivalent to the combat power of the tier 5 monster beast in front of them. The only advantage they had was that there was one more. 30 kilometers away, Zemo, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Lung Shan, who was standing not far behind her, was the same. Her pretty face was filled with surprise as she stared blankly in the direction of Yang Kai, her eyes filled with grief. At the same time, she also felt a sense of satisfaction and sadness. Jin Hao was her brother, and although he had previously agreed to Zemo's request, which made Lung Shan feel disgusted, a person dying was like a lamp going out. He would not come back to possess her, so there was no need to be so calculative. On the contrary, she herself was now alone, under the control of this temperamental woman from the Tianlang dynasty. Her future was uncertain. At the same time Jin Hao died, the 2 women had sensed it through different means. Your brother is dead. Zemo slowly got up and glanced at Lung Shan. Good. Lung Shan sneered. Haha, indeed. What a useless man, he really disappointed me. Zemo smiled, her brow wrinkling. She pondered for a moment before continuing, but he does have some means. Being able to kill him in such a short time, he really is a master. Saying so, Zemo's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a novel toy, her pretty face filled with excitement. Even her breathing became somewhat rapid. With light steps, Zemo walked in the direction of Yang Kai. The dozens of monster beasts lying on the ground hurriedly stood up and followed Zemo's footsteps. Lung Shan glanced at them, not saying a word, and also followed. She knew that there was no possibility for her to escape. Not to mention the dozens of monster beasts she couldn't deal with, the thing that Zemo had planted in her body was enough to control her life and death. Yang Kai put away the blood bead that had condensed after Jin Hao's death and then turned to look at the 5th order monster beast beside him. This was a Yaksha golden shadow leopard. It was quite majestic, with a robust body and a smooth body. Every muscle on its body contained a terrifying explosive power, and the claws on its 4 limbs were sharp enough to cut through 3 inches of steel. Yang Kai could feel that this 5th order monster beast was much stronger than the ones he had killed a few days ago. It was probably at the mid-5th order. It was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. That being said, in a real fight, it definitely wouldn't be a match for a Yuan Qi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. A Yuan Qi cultivator at the 3rd or 6th stage was more than enough to kill it. What made Yang Kai slightly puzzled was not its strength, but its current state. There was always a feeling that he couldn't completely control it. This feeling was very strange. It was impossible for a beast slave seal to behave like this. Moreover, this Yaksha golden shadow leopard was in a manic state at the moment, constantly shaking its head and wagging its tail while growling. There's a problem. Yang Kai thought of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator's beast slave seal and secretly speculated that it might have some kind of conflict with his own beast slave seal. Walking forward, Zhongxian comforted the Yaksha golden shadow leopard while placing his hand on its forehead. He secretly infused his origin energy into the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's body. Yuan Qi circled the Yaksha golden shadow leopard 5 or 6 times before Yang Kai finally found something wrong. Inside the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's head, there was another thing that was emitting fluctuations of life. Yang Kai was surprised. He looked deeply at the Yaksha golden shadow leopard, only to feel that it was getting more and more uncomfortable. The beast slave seal that entered its body was fighting with this unknown thing for control of it. When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. No matter which side wins in the end, the Yaksha golden shadow leopard will be injured in the end. Frowning, Yang Kai increased the output of Yuan Qi. During the whole process, Yang Kai carefully controlled it, not daring to be too violent. This was because the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's monster core was inside. Once the monster core was damaged, this Yaksha golden shadow leopard would definitely die. Yang Kai waited until the Yaksha golden shadow leopard got used to it before he dared to increase the input of Yuan Qi. After 3 or 4 times, the thing in its head finally couldn't take it anymore and was rapidly drilling out. Noticing this, Yang Kai concentrated. He also wanted to know what method the Tianlang dynasty cultivator used to enslave the monster beast. 10 breaths later, a 3-inch-long worm suddenly drilled out of the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's forehead. Kai Yang's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast enough to grab it. In a hurry, he saw that the worm looked like a centipede, but also like a locust. He didn't have time to see it clearly. This worm actually drilled into Yang Kai's body through his fingers. Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly activated Yuan Qi. In the next moment, this worm was wrapped in the scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi and was directly imprisoned in the meridians, unable to move. Frowning, Yang Kai didn't kill it. He could feel that this worm was very afraid of his true Yang Yuan Qi. If not for this, he wouldn't have forced it out of the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's body. Since the true Yang Yuan Qi was its nemesis, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, when he was in the hidden island, Yang Kai's body was drilled by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm, but the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm was obviously much stronger than this one in front of him. He carefully felt it. The worm trembled in his meridians, not daring to make any rash movements. It was even more obedient than a mouse in front of a cat. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the worm's body. It was very small and couldn't be detected without careful observation. Old demon, look at this worm. What's strange? Yang Kai frowned and shouted. The old demon responded and drilled into the soulbreaker all to the place where the worm was imprisoned. After a long time, he said, "Young master, this worm has the divine soul thread of that Tianlang kingdom cultivator." Divine soul thread? Yang Kai frowned. Aren't they only in the Yuan Qi realm? They haven't even cultivated divine sense. How did they do this? The old demon chuckled. Young master, did you forget? You also have a divine soul thread imprinted on this old servant's body, but like them, you haven't cultivated divine sense. Yang Kai suddenly realized, you mean, someone helped them? The old demon said, exactly. I'm afraid it was an expert from their sect. They helped them imprint the divine soul thread into this worm, so they can control it as they wish. They control the worm drilled into the monster beast's body, so they can enslave the monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The confusion in his heart was suddenly solved. A few days ago, Chen Xueshu had told Yang Kai that those people from the Tianlang kingdom all had hundreds of monster beast subordinates. He couldn't understand how those people could enslave so many monster beast. Only now did he understand that what they controlled was not a monster beast, but this strange worm. Through this worm, they could command the monster beast's actions. Thinking about it, Yang Kai hurriedly went to the place where Jin Hao died and brushed aside the dust. Sure enough, as he guessed, he found an identical worm. Reaching out, he let the worm drill into his body. After the old demon examined it, he confirmed that this worm also had a divine soul thread imprinted on it. So Jin Hao wasn't colluding with the Tianlang kingdom's cultivator. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was afraid that this worm had drilled into his body, so he had no choice but to collude with the Tianlang kingdom's cultivator. This could explain why the 3 monster beast that came with him didn't listen to his orders. In a sense, Jin Hao and the 3 monster beast had equal status. Although it was a bit sad to say this, but it was the truth. Zemo, Jin Hao just called out this name. Was the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator that controlled him called Zemo? Yang Kai's mind raced as a crazy idea came to mind. With a strange smile on his face, he asked, "Old demon, if I use true Yang Yuan Qi to burn this worm, the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator's divine soul will also be injured, right? This is natural. Although there are only 2 divine soul threads, it can catch her off guard and cause her to suffer a great loss." Heh. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, his mind quickly turning over several plans that could be used. The old demon suddenly said, "Young master, this old servant has a suggestion." Oh? Let's hear it. As soon as Yang Kai heard his sinister laugh, he knew it was definitely not a good idea. Chapter 238. Zemo led her monster beast army to the spot where Jin Hao had died, but after searching through the pile of dust for a long time, she still couldn't find her soul-controlling insect. Her expression couldn't help sinking as her pretty face became cold. Each of the Tianlang dynasty cultivators' soul-controlling insects was extremely precious. It wasn't that the insects themselves were valuable, but rather that they had their own spiritual energy threads attached to them. These things were not to be taken lightly. Once they fell into the hands of an enemy and were burned, their spiritual energy would be damaged. If one were to encounter such a blow in a fierce battle, it was possible to be defeated and even lose one's life. Therefore, every time a controlled monster beast died, Zemo would rush to the spot where the monster beast died and retrieve her soul-controlling insect. But this time, she couldn't find it. Perceiving the change in Zemo's expression, Leng Shan, who was following behind her, couldn't help sneering, her face filled with satisfaction. Zemo snorted and closed her eyes, carefully sensing her surroundings. Although she hadn't cultivated her divine sense and couldn't search on a large scale, the scattered spiritual energy threads were of the same origin as her own, so she could perceive them from a short distance away. After a brief investigation, a strange look appeared on Zemo's pretty face, and she quickly turned to look in a certain direction, her beautiful eyes blooming with a strange light. Dozens of monster beasts quickly spread out and surrounded the area. Leng Shan was stunned. From Zemo's actions and demeanor, she noticed a trace of unease. She hated Zemo to the bone, hated her for promising her virginity to Jin Hao, and hated her even more for acting so wantonly. She had thought that Zemo was destined to suffer a big loss this time, so she had secretly watched the show with a gloating heart, but she hadn't expected the situation to develop like this. Could it be that the master who killed Jin Hao was still here? Wasn't this the same as throwing himself into a trap? Hualala, the sound of rustling leaves came from the jungle, and Leng Shan's eyes caught sight of a running figure. Zemo pointed her finger, and the dozens of monster beasts rushed in the direction of the figure. Giggling sounds could be heard as she laughed and shouted, "Don't run, you can't escape from my soul-controlling insect. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you have to come back and find me. Obey me obediently and I won't make you suffer." Yes, I knew there was something wrong with that bug. From within the forest came a voice filled with exasperation. Hearing this voice, Zemo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Leng Shan sighed inwardly as the little bit of hope that had welled up in her heart was instantly shattered. It turned out that the one who killed Jin Hao, he was also hit by the soul-controlling insect. Was this person an idiot or a pig? As expected, the man in the forest stopped running. Soon, he was surrounded by dozens of monster beasts and was captured. Then, he casually walked back towards them. When she saw this person's face, Leng Shan couldn't help but tremble, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Jin Hao recognized Yang Kai. How could Leng Shan not recognize him? However, it was precisely because she recognized him that Leng Shan felt even more incredulous. Staring deeply at Yang Kai, her mind was racing as she weighed the pros and cons of this situation. Yang Kai's face was filled with an unwilling expression as he helplessly walked back and stood about 300 feet away from Zemo. Smiling bitterly, he asked, "Miss, what kind of bug was that?" "It's my Tianlang dynasty's unique soul-controlling insect. Since you've been infected, you are now my subordinate," Zemo patiently explained, looking over Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just a teenager, Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. How could she have imagined that the person who killed Jin Hao would be so young? I shouldn't have touched Jin Hao's body. Yang Kai sighed deeply. Filled with grief, he immediately grinned. Miss, now that I am your subordinate, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to warm your bed at night? Zemo pursed her lips and smiled. Flirtatiously, she replied, sure, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. The other party was so unrestrained. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Zemo took in his expression and giggled. If I tell you something useful, can you let me go? Lung Shan suddenly asked, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight at Yang Kai. What kind of information? Zemo frowned. It's about him. Lung Shan expressionlessly pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but his heart clenched as he secretly circulated his Yuan Qi. Although he didn't know what this female Ghost King Valley disciple was going to say, he was certain that it wasn't going to be good for him. Surrounded by dozens of monster beasts, if all of them rushed over, he would have to use his yang inflammation wings to escape. Promise me first. Lung Shan tried to bargain. I can't let you go. Zemo slowly shook her head. Lung Shan's expression didn't change as she waited for him to continue. But I can treat you better, at most I won't bully you in the future. Remember what you said, otherwise, even if I die together with you, I won't suffer that kind of humiliation again. Having achieved her goal, Lung Shan pointed to Yang Kai and said, the secret art this person cultivates is of the yang attribute. Lung Shan had fought with Yang Kai before, so naturally she knew the attribute of his Yuan Qi. This attribute was the nemesis of the soul-controlling insect. So when Lung Shan recognized Yang Kai, she knew that he wasn't under the control of the soul-controlling insect. He pretended to be under control in order to beat her at her own game. Lung Shan felt that with Yang Kai's strength, he wouldn't be able to kill Zemo. With dozens of monster beasts here, once Yang Kai attacked, he would die without a doubt. It was better to tell the truth before he died and take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits for herself. So after hesitating for a moment, she decided to tell Zemo the truth. She didn't care who died, she only cared about herself. Zemo's smile instantly stiffened on her face as she turned her head and stared coldly at Yang Kai, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The moment she turned her head, Yang Kai decisively forced the soul-controlling insect out of his body, pinched it in his hand, and grinned, I know this insect has a strand of your soul attached to it. If you don't want your soul to be damaged, be obedient, or else I'll burn it immediately. Zemo's expression changed greatly, her beautiful face going pale. Yang Kai sneered again and again, remaining calm and collected. Lung Shan remained expressionless, remaining indifferent. After a moment, Zemo suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, you should have burned it while I wasn't paying attention. That way, I would have been injured and perhaps you would have had a chance to survive. But if you want to use this to threaten me, you're making a big mistake. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brow, but his expression didn't change. Zemo coldly said, since you know that a thread of my soul is attached to this insect, do you know that I can take it back? As she spoke, Zemo's thoughts moved and the thread of soul that was attached to the insect was taken back into her mind. Not only was Yang Kai not surprised, but he also began to laugh, his laughter growing louder and louder, rolling like thunder. Such wild and unbridled laughter made Zemo feel very uncomfortable. This young man was so calm, either he still had some tricks up his sleeve, or he had already gone insane. However, looking at his smug expression, he clearly had a clear mind. Where were the signs of insanity? If it had been someone else, Zemo would have been interested in accepting him as a subordinate, but since he was a cultivator who cultivated the yang attribute Yuan Qi, she absolutely couldn't allow him to live. Zemo's pretty face was filled with murderous intent as she raised her jade white hand and was about to order the monster beast to attack when Yang Kai suddenly stopped laughing and coldly stared at Zemo, shouting, do you think you can kill me? Ah! Zemo suddenly screamed, clutching her head with both hands as her tender body trembled. This sudden change stunned Lung Shan, she stared in shock at the screaming Zemo, then looked up at the always calm and collected Yang Kai. For a moment she couldn't believe what she was seeing. What was going on? What exactly happened to these two people? Lung Shan didn't even see any signs of the two fighting, they were just talking and laughing, yet Zemo had suddenly met with such misfortune. Roar! Zemo's emotional change aroused the reaction of the several dozen monster beasts, each of them baring their fangs at Yang Kai, roaring as they approached him. Make these monster beasts scram, otherwise I'll destroy your divine sense right now and turn you into an idiot. Yang Kai coldly threatened. Zemo endured the piercing pain in her mind and didn't dare to hesitate, quickly issuing the order. The several dozen monster beasts stared at Zemo for a moment before suppressing their hostility and retreating, only stopping after 1,000 meters or so, tightly surrounding the three of them. You're quite sensible. Yang Kai sneered as he stepped forward, reaching out and grabbing Zemo's hair, lifting her up. Such a violent and cruel attitude caused Lung Shan's heart to skip a beat, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. You'd better not move, I'll deal with you later. Yang Kai coldly glanced at her, causing Lung Shan to immediately stop and stare at Yang Kai in shock and horror. Half a year ago, when her brother and sister had besieged this high heaven pavilion disciple, he had only been a separation and reunion boundary third-stage cultivator. Under the siege of the three of them, he had been forced to flee like a stray dog. But this time, when they met again, he had effortlessly captured Tianlang dynasty's Zemo. Lung Shan was well aware of Zemo's strength and arrogance. With her soul-controlling insect, she could control many monster beast and cultivator, and her own strength was also extraordinary. How could such a person be defeated by Yang Kai in less than half a cup of tea's time? Just now, in order to compete for a little bit of benefit, she had sold him out. Thinking about it now, Lung Shan couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. The situation had changed too quickly. Zemo's screams gradually stopped, her body dripping with sweat, soaking her clothes, revealing her exquisite body in front of Yang Kai. She raised her head slightly, her face filled with stubbornness and unwillingness, staring hatefully at Yang Kai, her beautiful face filled with bitter resentment. It looks like you still don't understand who's in charge. Yang Kai reached out and threw her to the ground. Zemo's pitiful cries rang out once more, but this time it was even more pitiful than before. While screaming, Zemo kept rolling on the ground, as if she was being subjected to the most severe torture in the world. As her cries reached Lung Shan's ears, she couldn't help but shiver. No, don't torture me anymore. Zemo struggled to get up and came to Yang Kai's feet, reaching out and hugging one of his ankles, refusing to let go. Her disheveled hair was soaked with sweat as she looked up at him and pleaded in a trembling voice, I'll listen. I'll listen to whatever you say, don't torture me anymore. Chapter 239. Yang Kai squatted down and looked at her calmly. Are you really obedient now? Zemo nodded quickly. The torment she felt from her soul was worse than death, but she couldn't resist. No one in this world could withstand such pain. It wasn't that she didn't have enough backbone, but rather that Yang Kai's heart was simply too ruthless. You won't disobey me in the future. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her chin, his eyes sweeping over her cheeks. Zemo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. I won't disobey you. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stretched out his finger, gently opening Zemo's mouth, then reaching inside and teasing her fragrant tongue. Zemo's eyes widened, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction, her eyes filled with gentleness and cleverness, her tongue like a snake wrapped around Yang Kai's finger, constantly sucking. Her technique was very good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tease Lung Shan so much that she couldn't control herself. Her tongue curled around her fingers, sometimes tightening and sometimes loosening. Not long after, her eyes surged with lust, and the suppressed gasps and moans that caused one's imagination to run wild sounded at the right time. Lung Shan hurriedly turned her head and whispered, shameless. Yang Kai looked up at her and sneered, withdrawing his finger from Zemo's mouth, wiping it dry on her clothes, and pinching her cheek. Zemo let out a pitiful cry, her watery eyes staring at Yang Kai with grievance. Although I know you're acting, your expression is really good. Yang Kai smacked his lips. Zemo smiled, us Tianlang dynasty women worship the strong the most. You're so strong, I can't wait to fall for you, how could you be acting? I'm only a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator. How can I be considered strong? Yang Kai chuckled. The smile on Zimo's face suddenly converged, but she immediately smiled again. Realm doesn't mean anything, and you're still so young. Give you enough time, you'll be stronger than anyone else. Good flattery. I like it. Yang Kai laughed. He straightened up and said, "Get up." Yes. Zimo obediently got up and quietly tidied up her clothes. In front of Lung Shan and Jin Hao, she was the master, but in front of Yang Kai, she was reduced to an obedient servant, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Zimo didn't want to experience the same torment she had just suffered. Yang Kai looked at Lung Shan coldly and laughed. Lung Shan's expression was very unnatural. There was embarrassment and resentment. But more than that, it was humiliation and unwillingness. Not to mention the conflict between her and Yang Kai, just the fact that she had just betrayed Yang Kai was enough to consign her to eternal damnation. He had just betrayed someone else. Someone else was in control of his life and death. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. But these 30 years were just a blink of an eye. Zimo looked at Yang Kai and then at Lung Shan. He said softly, "Do you want her to die? I can easily kill her." She was a smart woman and naturally saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. Lung Shan's expression changed greatly and she hurriedly retreated a few steps, looking at Yang Kai and Zimo with great vigilance, her face filled with determination. It was easy to imagine that if Yang Kai really wanted her dead, Lung Shan would definitely fight back. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Lung Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, staring at Yang Kai and asking, "Why? Why what?" Yang Kai asked impatiently, "Why did you let me go?" Lung Shan asked the doubts in her heart. "Our elders have an irreconcilable enmity, and we also have grievances between us. I don't believe you would be so kind as to spare my life. You can easily take my life now. In fact, I'm a good person. Is that reason enough?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Zimo on the side curled her lips. Lung Shan also smiled contemptuously. "If you really are a good person, then why didn't you kill her? You should have let her get those insects out of my body. Although you won't kill me now, you can still control my life and death. How can you call yourself a good person? Do you have the qualifications to question me?" Yang Kai sneered. "Your Ghost King Valley is an evil sect, but that doesn't mean you're a good person, right?" Lung Shan retorted, "I never said I was a good person." What a sharp tongue. Yang Kai dryly coughed. Looking at Zimo, he said, "Get those insects out of her body and let her know what a good person is." Zimo's body trembled. She stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected this young man to make such a decision. Was he a fool? Without those soul-controlling insects, how could he control this woman? Even Lung Shan was stunned when she heard this sentence, but immediately her eyes lit up with joy. "My orders will not be repeated a second time." Yang Kai stared at Zimo coldly. The latter smiled bitterly and walked over to Lung Shan, her heart filled with a sense of loss. There really was a difference between her and Lung Shan. Although she had grievances with this young man, after all, they were both cultivators of the Great Han Dynasty. At this time, they really should help each other. "You're quite lucky," Zimo whispered, a trace of envy in her voice as she stretched out her hand and placed it on Lung Shan's abdomen, circulating her yuan qi. A moment later, Lung Shan's face paled and she retched, vomiting out a worm from her mouth. Zimo quickly put the worm away, but Lung Shan couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to the side to vomit. After a long time, she wiped her mouth dry and slowly walked back, her expression complex as she stared at Yang Kai. She was surprised and pleasantly surprised that she had regained her freedom just like that. "Did you kill Jin Hao?" After a moment of silence, Lung Shan asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "You want revenge? I can give you a chance." "I won't avenge him." Lung Shan slowly shook her head, her eyes suddenly becoming cold as she stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, sneering, "But I don't believe you'll really let me go." With a burst of cries, a human face appeared in her palm and directly rushed into Yang Kai's body. This was the Ghost King Valley's secret technique, the Ghost King seal. Zemo's expression changed greatly and she was about to act, but Yang Kai stopped her. You! Lung Shan hurriedly retreated, staring at Yang Kai in shock. After being hit by the Ghost King seal, it was impossible for a person to actively control their body. The resentful spirit was more than enough to destroy a person's consciousness and then occupy their body. Lung Shan was very clear that in this isolated world, there were dangers everywhere. Even if she regained her freedom, there was no hope for survival. There wasn't much hope for them to survive. If they encountered other Tianlang dynasty martial artists, they would be killed and enslaved. So it was better to directly destroy Yang Kai's consciousness and take control of his body. Controlling Yang Kai was tantamount to controlling Zemo. This way Lung Shan would have enough capital. However, the Ghost King seal didn't have any effect. How could she not be shocked? Sure enough, you're not a good person. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He had long seen through Lung Shan's unwillingness and ambition. All his previous actions were just to deliberately lure her into using the Ghost King seal. Where's my Ghost King seal? Lung Shan asked. You want it? I'll give it back to you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and the face flew out of Yang Kai's body and returned to Lung Shan's body. Lung Shan didn't dare to stay any longer. Turning around, she ran away. Zemo quietly watched from the side, but she couldn't help but ask. You're letting her go just like that? She wanted to attack you just now. Those who attack me must pay the price. Yang Kai grinned. As soon as his voice fell, Lung Shan suddenly fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. Hearing this familiar voice, Zemo couldn't help trembling. Just now, she had also been tortured like this, in so much pain that she wished she could die immediately, but she couldn't get her wish. Now she was just a spectator. How did he do it? Zemo couldn't figure it out. Lung Shan's torture was even more miserable than Zemo's. After a stick of incense worth of time, the howling stopped, but Lung Shan had completely fainted. Yang Kai coldly snorted, bring her back. Oh. Zemo obediently stepped forward and carried the unconscious Lung Shan back. Looking at the soaking wet Lung Shan, Zemo couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. I need to recover, don't disturb me. Yang Kai walked to the side. Sitting down cross-legged, he began to restore his strength. Half a day later, Lung Shan slowly woke up, but as soon as she woke up, she screamed again. She fainted again. Zemo was frightened and became even more cautious when interacting with Yang Kai. She found that this young man was cruel and merciless, without the slightest pity for the fairer sex. Lung Shan and she were both first-class beauties, but when he tortured them, he didn't have the slightest scruple or pity. Such a person was too terrible. A complete cold-blooded pervert. A day later, Lung Shan woke up again, but this time Yang Kai didn't torture her. Her strength was only at the Yuan Qi boundary and she hadn't cultivated her divine sense yet, so if he continued to torture her, she was afraid she really might become an idiot. Looking at Yang Kai sitting cross-legged on the ground in the distance, Lung Shan's face was filled with fear. Zemo persuaded her for a long time before she finally trembled and stepped in front of Yang Kai, her lips pursed, her face pale, not daring to breathe. Although she had been controlled by Zemo before, it was just a bug in her body. But now, her soul was being controlled and this high heaven pavilion disciple was playing with her like a toy. She had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's den. Lung Shan couldn't help feeling sad. Sigh. Yang Kai had long noticed the two women coming over, but he still closed his eyes and meditated, pretending not to notice, just to see if they had any other thoughts. The results of the test were good, whether it was Zemo or Lung Shan, they were now very obedient, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Opening his eyes and looking at Lung Shan, the latter couldn't help but want to retreat, but was caught by Zemo. Still not apologizing. Zemo didn't know what kind of mood she was in right now, so she gently pushed Lung Shan away. Lung Shan's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation, biting her lip until it bled as she timidly looked up at Yang Kai, then hurriedly avoided his gaze. If you keep acting like this, I won't care about you anymore. Zemo couldn't help feeling resentful. She was just a woman, what was the point of having such a worthless backbone? Other men said that a real man should know when to yield and when not to yield. Lung Shan's face was filled with unwillingness, but she didn't say a word. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a smile as he stared at her closely. I was wrong. After a long time, Lung Shan finally opened her mouth, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, almost inaudible, her two hands wringing each other nervously. Yang Kai just looked at her indifferently, not saying anything. Lung Shan gritted her teeth, tormented. Zemo chuckled and said, she knows she was wrong, so she won't dare to do anything to you in the future. All right, don't cry. Saying so, Zemo helped Lung Shan wipe the corners of her eyes. Chapter 240. It's none of your business. Lung Shan pushed Zemo's hand away in disgust. Only this once, Yang Kai said indifferently. Hearing this sentence, Lung Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that she would no longer have to suffer that unbearable torture. How did you do it? Lung Shan hesitated for a long time before finally daring to ask the question in her heart. Before, she had only used her Ghost King seal on Yang Kai, and after it returned to her body, something else had appeared in her mind. Lung Shan had not cultivated her divine sense, so she didn't know what it was, but she knew that the man in front of her had relied on it to control her life and death. I'm also very curious about this. If it's convenient, can you tell me? Zemo smiled charmingly, her eyes looking towards Yang Kai, her red lips slightly pursed, showing a somewhat unconvinced look. Her red eyes were extremely attractive. It's very simple. I just planted a brand in your divine sense. Yang Kai replied with a playful look. The two women listened to him and their faces were filled with shock. Very simple. Although they had not cultivated their divine sense, they knew how difficult it was to plant a brand in someone's mind. Not to mention that Yang Kai was just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Even if he was an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, it would still take a lot of effort to do this. Not to mention, he also had to worry about damaging someone's soul and turning them into an idiot. But from his mouth, it was just 3 simple words. Thinking about what had happened to the two of them, it could indeed be described as very simple. Needless to say, Lung Shan had used her Ghost King seal and then taken it back. In less than 3 breaths of time, her life and death were no longer in her hands. Zemo had only taken back a strand of her divine sense attached to her soul-controlling insect, yet she had suffered the same fate. Now that she thought about it, this young man in front of her had not left after killing Jin Hao. She was afraid he had already prepared for this and was only waiting for Zemo to take the bait. It was ridiculous that Zemo had actually run over. Falling into someone else's trap, she had completely lost her advantage and become his slave. Thinking of this, Zemo's heart went cold and she secretly regretted her actions. Earlier, when he said he would burn her soul-controlling insect, it was definitely to force her to take back her divine sense. It was a thread of divine soul that had been tampered with in advance. Staring at Yang Kai, Zemo took a deep breath and asked, "Are you really just a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Zemo patted her trembling full chest and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Like I said, you're right. How could a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator accomplish such a feat? Then how strong are you?" Yang Kai chuckled. His body shook, and an invisible aura spread out. The Yuan Qi in his body surged for a while, but it soon calmed down. Breakthrough. Zemo and Lung Shan stared blankly at Yang Kai. It was obvious that he had only obtained it after breaking through a small realm. But this wave was not strong. It was not even at the level of Yuan Qi. "I'm now a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at the two women. Zemo and Lung Shan both groaned in their hearts. So, he really was just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What he had said before was not a lie. Glancing at each other, both Zemo and Lung Shan blushed. Of the two of them, one was a Yuan Qi 6th stage cultivator, the other was a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. They were both geniuses of their respective sects. In their confrontation with Yang Kai, being captured in an instant, and even having their life and death controlled, they naturally felt quite ashamed. Smiling bitterly, the two women did not know what to say. You can do whatever you want. Although I control your life and death, as long as you are obedient, I won't try anything funny. I won't make things too difficult for you. So, if you want to hunt someone or monster beast, feel free to do so. When I need you, I will call for you. Yang Kai closed his eyes again. Lung Shan and Zimo slowly retreated several dozen meters before stopping. They did not want to get too close to Yang Kai and cause him to misunderstand. This man is really strange. Zimo muttered to herself as she stared at Yang Kai in the distance. Lung Shan snorted. Thinking of how she had just surrendered, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Grinding her teeth, she snorted, "Sooner or later, I will make him pay the price." Zemo glanced at her and chuckled, "If you have the ability to escape from his control, then we'll see." "And you?" Lung Shan's pair of beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Zemo. "I haven't forgotten the shame of being by your side a few days ago." Zemo smiled. "Why are you so angry? I didn't do anything to you. Besides, didn't you enjoy it? Your reaction can't fool me. Slut." Lung Shan was furious, her face turning red. "If you dare mention those things again, I won't let you go." Zemo smiled contemptuously. "Our life and death is not up to us to decide, so you'd better not be so hostile to me. The most important thing is to find a way to survive in his hands. You saw his attitude towards us, he doesn't show the slightest bit of mercy. If we really make things difficult for him, he will definitely kill us." "Ha!" Lung Shan sneered, taking pleasure in her misfortune. "Even you have such a day. How does it feel to be controlled? We're all women, why be so calculative? We should be in the same boat now." Zemo frowned. Lung Shan took a deep breath. Although her heart was still filled with resentment, she had to admit that Zemo was right, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What do you want to do?" "Seduce him." Zemo's face filled with excitement. "He looks like a 16 or 17-year-old boy, a few years younger than us. No matter how ruthless he is still a man. You and I aren't bad looking, so if you want to seduce this little brat, wouldn't it be easy? I think you just want to go to bed with him." Lung Shan mercilessly attacked. "Why are you being so blunt?" Zemo couldn't help but roll her eyes, suddenly chuckling. "But there is one thing I didn't lie to him about. Us Tianlang dynasty women naturally worship the strong. His cultivation isn't high, but he can actually control me. This is something even my brother can't do. You go on your own, I won't humiliate myself." Lung Shan snorted, turning around and walking away, sitting down cross-legged. After being tortured by Yang Kai twice, she had fainted. She urgently needed to recover. Zemo sneered, thinking to herself, "Just wait until I conquer him, then you'll know I'm right." This world had always been like this. Men conquer the world, women conquer men. This was an ancient truth. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, not immediately dealing with his own matters, instead focusing on sensing the reactions of Zemo and Lung Shan's souls. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, their strange reactions clearly told Yang Kai their intentions. Not bad, both of them are very obedient, at least they didn't have any thoughts of killing me. Being able to control them so smoothly. This was really a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai. All of this was thanks to the old demon. In Yang Kai's original plan, he had only wanted to burn the two soul-controlling insects to injure Zemo. Then he would wait for an opportunity to kill her. However, the old demon had come up with a better method. By mixing a strand of Yang Kai's soul into Zemo's soul in a special way, once she took it back, it was tantamount to establishing a brand in her mind, allowing him to completely control her. After a final test, it really was convenient, fast, and effective. With this successful precedent, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on Lung Shan. The Ghost King seal was a martial skill that Ghost King Valley's disciples used to cultivate, so it was definitely a useful tool. The old demon lived up to his expectations and immediately used some kind of trick on the Ghost King seal. Moreover, the old demon's trick was very high-end, so there was no need to worry about it being neutralized. The soul was a very fragile thing, and now that both Zemo and Lung Shan's souls were implanted with Yang Kai's brand, even if a master wanted to help them neutralize it, they would have to worry about damaging their consciousness. What a pity. One less resentful soul. The old demon was a little annoyed at this moment. I think it's a pity. Yang Kai was even more dissatisfied. If I had known earlier that I could do this, why would I have killed Jin Hao and the other Ghost King Valley disciple? Wouldn't it have been better to subdue them as thugs? The old demon smiled wryly. You knew all along but didn't say anything, right? Yang Kai was slightly annoyed. The old demon complained, such a weak enemy, it's useless to subdue them. If young master hadn't reminded me, this old servant really wouldn't have thought of this. Forget it. Taking in a man as a subordinate is a bit strange. Yang Kai didn't care too much. After secretly observing Zimo and Lung Shan for a moment, Yang Kai immersed himself in his own affairs. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai called out in his mind, summoning the Yaksha golden shadow leopard he had controlled. Reaching out and touching its head, he crushed the beast slave seal in its body. As soon as the fifth-order monster beast was freed from its shackles and regained its freedom, it immediately fled. Yang Kai didn't kill it, nor did he chase after it. Instead, under Zimo's orders, several dozen monster beasts were dispatched, forcing it back and reimplanting its soul-controlling insect. Yang Kai didn't care about her, using his left hand to form the white tiger seal and his right hand to form the divine ox seal, clasping his palms together and pushing them forward. With a roar, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox appeared at the same time. Attracted by this roar, Zimo and Lung Shan quickly turned their heads, and after seeing the two lifelike beast phantoms, they couldn't help gaping. They had never seen such a magical martial skill before. To be able to activate one's own Yuan Qi, the two red monster beasts' bodies were clearly not flesh and blood, but rather made up of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. Just how rich and pure does this Yuan Qi have to be able to achieve such a feat? Isn't he just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator? Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers, causing the two beast phantoms to collapse at the same time. After using it for such a long time, Yang Kai also discovered some of the mysteries of the beast soul skill. No matter when, only one white tiger and one divine ox could be summoned, it was impossible to summon a second one. The beast soul skill was divided into two beast phantoms and combined to form the beast slave seal, but whether it was divided or combined, before the first beast soul or the beast slave seal was destroyed, it could never be used a second time. This may be related to the two powerful monster beast's remnants in his body. If Yang Kai wanted to practice the beast slave seal, he could only destroy the two beast phantoms. Constantly using the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal, Yang Kai tried to combine them into one, trying to discover the mysteries of the beast slave seal. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,